I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
Just before I started filming, my wife said, "Are you going to wear that combination?" But, you're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, 10 p.m., November 29th, 2024. It's not often that I wear a long sleeve shirt on camera, but it is cold in here today, which is pretty unusual. Normally with these heights, it's like 85 degrees and I'm suffering, but I'm embracing this cold weather here with the window open, 18 degrees outside. It's the day after Thanksgiving. I'm curious to hear what people did for Thanksgiving. I spent it visiting a friend's house. We had food. We watched a movie. We watched the new Salem's Lot, which is an adaptation of Stephen King. And we've now watched the 79 original miniseries and then a remake in 2079, which starred David Soul from Starsky and Hutch, who I love. Then 2004, they remade it with Rob Lowe. And now last year, they remade it again in a very weird, well, the previous version. So every 20 years, they seem to remake this. And in the first two, they're like 5 hours long, 6 hours long, made as a mini series. This one, at least the edited version, was 2 hours long, like a normal movie. And they made some odd choices, some odd directorial choices, and there's some interesting history about it. I guess they tried to put it in movie theaters, or they wanted to release it as movie theaters, but they didn't, so it went straight to Cinemax. I'm curious if they intended to film it as a miniseries and then cut it down to 2 hours or whatever. It was fun watching the 3 different versions. I would say, well, we watched it. Does anyone Does anyone know what soap opera mode on TVs are? Does everyone know that term? Let me check in with the chat. I haven't even said what we're doing today, but I'm curious about this. Jonathan, I asked what everyone did for Thanksgiving. Jonathan made the blancmange. Might have it as a snack during the stream. YouTube says 13 concurrent viewers. Okay, soap opera mode, if you don't know what that is. On the new TVs that they make, the LED TVs, they have a mode in them that comes by default, which interpolates everything to 60 frames a second. And if you're watching something like sports, it feels natural. It feels like you're watching like a live camera, sort of a live feed of a very high resolution, high quality, fast updating camera. But film is typically broadcast, when you go watch a movie, it's at 24 frames per second, which is what I broadcast at. And when you watch a movie at 60 frames per second, I find it looks crazy. It looks fake. It looks like a soap opera. You watch a soap opera, you see, it kind of feels like you're watching through a security camera or something. It doesn't feel like it's filmed, doesn't feel like it's on film. So it's a very different effect, but a lot of people don't seem to notice any difference. So the people, my friends that I watch TV with, when I watch these movies over at their house, I'm like, how can you watch this like this? And they're like, what are you talking about? This is normal. We don't see any difference. To me, it looks fake. So when I watch a movie in this 60 frames per second soap opera mode, I feel like I'm watching something fake. Like it doesn't look like a movie anymore. So it's hard for me to judge it, compare it. It's a totally different experience, but I don't understand why some people don't notice. Anyway, you can go read about people talking about this soap opera effect. All right, let's reset. Today we're playing A Midsummer Night, which is the third and currently the last and final box in Time Stories Revolution. It's a couple years old, but no sign from the Time Stories folks that they're going to continue this series. As another aside, I mean, why not? We're this far in. There is something that happens in the board gaming world where we all want new stuff so badly that even when they're releasing new expansions, it just doesn't deliver the dopamine hit. And series seem to burn out now. Like Chronicles of Crime got a bunch of expansions, and then it's like, doesn't matter how good the system is, people are burned out from it. They want something new. And maybe Time Stories, even though the expansions are totally new stories, it seems like maybe they've burned out, they've overstayed their welcome. So I'm not sure we're going to get more of these cases. I am curious. There's a whole bunch of reasons I'm curious to play this one. This one has some mixed reviews. Some people like it better than Halo Project. Some people don't like it as much. I'm very curious to see how it holds up. So far, I've been very much enjoying the Time Stories Revolution series. This past couple of days, I have recorded 12 reviews. I am very much behind on reviews of games we've been playing for the last couple months, and I finally went and recorded them all. And now I have to edit them, but the Guilty Monaco 1955 review is done. I just have to process it. It'll probably go up tonight, and then I'll try to release the other 12 in the next couple weeks, and we'll get back on schedule. We really do have to get back to, I have to get back to reviewing these games shortly after we play them. Otherwise, I forget. I have taken to writing quick, short, like one paragraph mini reviews after we play each game on YouTube. So that helps me remember a little bit. And then I can watch the end of our videos when we discuss them. But this is all to say that one of the reasons I'm very curious to finish playing this series, play this box, will then be to take a look, a sort of bird's eye view at the entire series. And so those of you who have joined me for these playthroughs of Time Stories Revolution, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on the set as a whole, where this ranks, and what you think of the system. And then don't forget, we had that experience box that we all hated. Okay. Anything else to talk about? So keep your eye open for the reviews. I apologize for not posting reviews more frequently. I can imagine some of you, well, you're not the viewers, the people here who are joining me, this is the core live stream playing group. But other people who just want the reviews must be getting frustrated at the channel. Anything else to talk about? All of the other Time Stories Revolutions boxes, Cavendish and Hadel Project, have taken us 2 sessions. So it wouldn't be surprising that this one will, if this one does as well, in which case we will meet again tomorrow evening to play it. All right, shall we open it up? Is there nothing more to say? Has no one else has anything else they're working on that they want to talk about? Some of you know Midsummer Night is a my brain is not functioning. It wants to say Scotland Yard, but I really mean the author. But I'm just completely drawing a blank on William Shakespeare, one of the most famous authors of all time. Okay, so there's a tie-in with William Shakespeare and A Midsummer Night, the play A Midsummer Night, but we'll see. It's not clear what exactly the tie-in with this game is. Those of you can play this having not played any of the other Time Stories games, but just so they're totally separate games, totally separate stories. But this is time travel, but you can't travel. You're traveling back to a time when there are fairies. That doesn't really make sense. So I'm curious how this gets sold. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll get started here. I'm going to need a little refresher on the rules, but you'll remember what we've got here is tokens that we're not supposed to look at because they're a little bit of surprise. All right, let's follow the rules. And open everything up. We've been playing a lot of card-based games recently. I suppose the other thing to talk about, I don't understand why we haven't evolved the technology of this stuff. I mean, these are done so that it's easy to open these decks. Why can it not? Why is it still hard? I don't understand that. Really? We can't improve this technology? What's the point? I don't understand why these it's just a joke. Like, is it really supposed to be something? Is it just like a I just don't understand. You saw me. I tried to do it. This one I can see is properly done. This one, not so much. Okay. All right, let's get a rules refresher here. You are a temporal agent of time, an organization that serves humanity by regulating time travel. If you fail to preserve the continuity of the timeline, humanity could face extinction. Time sends its agents through time by using receptacles separated from their physical bodies. The agents take over the body, memory, and knowledge of individuals living in the time period they're sent to. This method reduces the risk of paradoxes and contamination while preserving the health of the agents. Okay, fine. And then there's this whole back sci-fi story of the creatures that created time travel, the Scions, and Azrak is the crystals that send us back in time. Okay. When you realize, so this means it's specific for this scenario. When you realize the mission is to take place, you can hardly keep your excitement under control. You get feverishly into your caissons and wait for the transfer and the rush of Azrak to discover your receptacles. So MN for Midsummer's Night. Okay. Never forget the 3 golden rules. You're on the same team. Keep your mission objectives in mind at all times. The time captain is always right. Okay, so we've got our tokens, which we're supposed to keep face down so we don't look at them. We've got our Azrak, story cards, common cards, personal cards. Okay. This is for the experience box that we're not playing with. Each time you see the MN icon in the rules, it's specific to this mission, which is Midsummer Night. Now, what have we got here? So there's always these 3 skills, but it seems like this purple one changes what it's called. So we've all got a receptacle, a body that we are taking over, and attributes. Okay, Azrak and Magic Pool starting level. That sounds different. And here we've got Strength and Combat, Smooth Talk, and Cunning. That's what the purple is. All right. All right, so we need a little reminder how to play. Set aside the flashcard of the deck, read the mission order and mission return front. Place this card face up without reading. Place without reading them. The moon and the starry cards face down. I guess we'll just do this as we encounter it. So there's the flashcard. It just says put that away. But here's our reminder if you're playing the experience box, the little campaign thing. Otherwise, I'm taking the first card here, mission order. You must have been sent here for a reason, but you don't remember a thing. Disruptions, Objective, shoot, you can't remember. Okay, so to return, success of your mission depends on fulfillment of your objective, which we don't remember, and our Azrak management. So there's our score. Every time we play this game, we get a bad score because we use up too much Azrak, keeping ourselves alive. All right, that just goes off to the side. Then it says, take the moon and the starry night cards and just put them aside. Look at this. Only when instructed, reveal this card as soon as a key is placed on it. All right, we'll just put those up here somewhere for now. Hopefully I've got this camera zoomed out enough for us. Okay, looking at their backs in the least possible way. That's an interesting phrase. look at the backs in the least possible way. Place the 14 mystery cards in a face-down pile without reading them. So it wants us to put these 14 mystery cards and not look at them. So I can help you with that. I just won't even let you look at them. I'll just put them aside. Okay, line up the 6 prologue cards to create a panorama. That's our first location. You remember how this works. Every place we go will be represented by a panorama of cards. There it is. There's our first prologue location. All right. Let's see. One of my favorite things on this channel is playing these long series with this group where we really get to sink our teeth into a game. Okay, each player chooses a receptacle. I wish I had printed out, though. I wish I had my printout thing that reminded me of how the solo game is different. Maybe the group can remind me. But basically, we're going to play 2 characters. You have to play 2 characters as a solo. So we've got some characters to choose from. It looks like these are the 4 we can choose from. Luane O'Connell, the gruffy leprechaun. Lavinia, the brave dryad. Otios, the hedonistic faun. And Sariel, the jealous sylph. So we'll be picking 2 of these in a minute. All right, so we would choose to return the other 2, take the Azrak corresponding to our starting level. Central area is the vortex, less than 4 players. The remaining Azrak goes in the vortex. Fine. Personal cards, depending on our characters, that each have a deck, personal deck that we use for interactions, and 1 power card face up. And a snap recall face down. That's the thing where if we have a special goal or interaction or a memory we have that we're going to be looking to trigger. Okay, then the common cards. Yes, now I remember. The common cards include our destiny deck. Okay. So items we can get, a map that it's going to tell us about now, and then the destiny cards. Maybe we'll play this properly this time according to the rules. So the destiny cards, remember these are the modifiers. So whenever you do a test, you'll draw a card to see if you get a minus or a plus instead of a dice roll. And you can see, we know they go from -2 to +3, but you don't know the exact distribution till you play through the deck the first time, which this is to me an example of overcomplicating things in a non-helpful way. It doesn't add to the game to not know what's in here. It just makes things more random. So you know what? I'm not going to live by these rules that I think are bad. Let's look at our distribution. 2, 3, -1, 0, -2, -1. If you were going to play through these games multiple times, then it makes sense. You discover it as you play. But we're only experiencing this once. I see no reason to have bad luck, bad unanticipated things. There's already enough luck in the randomness. So when you get this card, you reshuffle. So there's a 2, a +3, a -1, a 0, a -2, and a -1. So 2 -1s and a -2, -4, +2, a +3, and a 0. This is a little tricky. So in order to avoid bad things, it seems like this 3 is going to be overkill. It only resets on that. Okay. Anyway, and there's a summary of the range. All right, those were the destiny cards. The map cards face up above the panorama. So I guess we get to see this map right now. Oh, cool. Look at that. It's a little fantasy map of the world. All right, let's see if we can lay that out where we can see it. I'm not sure. I think maybe we'd be better off putting that to the side. Okay, so there's our map of the world. And hopefully we can use our cubes to get a nice close-up. Maybe I'll try to tape these together. Old road, the daring forest, the abbey ruins, the sacred bosquet, the entrance to the castle, and the cromlech, which we've already learned is a sort of, I thought we learned it was a cave, but no, it's a organization of stones. All right, I'll tape these together at some point so that they don't keep getting messed up. All right, so far so good. Okay, and then we have magic tokens. We've got our item cards in a deck. Mystery cards. Oh, that's the ones it told us to set aside. Okay, common cards, fine. All right. Punch out the magic tokens and deal them as follows. Which ones are the magic tokens? I guess they're going to be these here. Okay. With 2 players, 5 per receptacle. Okay, 5 per receptacle. We're going to pick our receptacles in a second here. All right, that leaves 2 left over. I guess we'll just put in the box. Could use little, I guess normally I have my white ceramic things. For now, I'll just put them here. Okay. Punch out the damage tokens face down. Okay, so we also need the damage tokens. And then the others will be taught to us as we need them. Oops, don't look at that. Okay, damage tokens, fine. Place the box bottom above the map. Place there the cards you removed during your mission. Please do note that some cards feature the something symbol. After you have read them, place them vertically face up between the box bottom and the cardboard block, as shown below. Okay. Cardboard block. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm assuming it just wants us to put one box inside the other so we can stack these. All right, I'll just put that off to the side for now. I'm not sure why it wants us to do that, but okay, it'll remind us. Captain follows the instructions written at the top of the first panorama card, which is here. We'll read that in a second. You can now begin the game. Okay, but we need our little reminder about solo play. Let's jump to that for a second. Okay, so solo is a two-player game. When playing with two receptacles, each agent may perform one of their explore actions at no cost during each round's action step. So we get a free explore, if you'll remember. And then two of our updates, which normally cost us an Azrak, are free. And then during each test, instead of being able to only help with one Azrak, you can spend up to 3. Basically, you can help each other an infinite amount. But then here's a little twist. Each receptacle has a magic starting level of 5. I think that's what we are. Oh yeah, we already read that. All right, so but the key thing is about we get a free explore action. And remember, the way we've been doing that is we keep these little tokens to remind us, these little cubes to remind us of our free explores. All right, that's all we have to remember. So why don't we choose receptacles and then we'll move on from there. All right. So what's it going to be? Should we be looking at the other side so we know what skills they have? Okay, not much backstory for these people, but they do have different skills. And what were we told about these 3 numbers up here? Azrak and Magic Pool starting level. Ah, okay, I see. I get it. The pips are just number of players. So actually, they all have identical starting magic. They all have identical starting magic, which for 2 players is 5. And then some of them start with 6 Azrak, and some of them start with 7. All right. What have we got here? And this one is a drinker. Spends most of their time at the tavern. She's got medium everything, 2 across the board. Then this one is a strong creature. It's got a fight strength of 4, but not very good at smooth talking and medium cunning. Bodios here has high cunning, medium. So this one is better than this one in all regards, except one less Azrak. I'd be tempted to suffer the Azrak and take the one with higher skill levels. And then here we've got the smooth talker. Very low in strength. In general, we tend to find taking the characters that are at the extremes rather than overall good tends to be a more interesting game, because then the game is figuring out sending this person to the thing that have strength tests and sending this person to the things that have smooth talking tests. But this one does appeal to me because of the 3 cunning. I would be tempted to take these 2. Although it's fun to think about taking this creature thing. But what does the channel want to do? I definitely think we should take this guy over this. Skill levels are better for this, just 1 less Azrak. But you could imagine taking this person for the smooth talking ability. But poor fighting. So these would be the two I guess I would be tempted to take, but let's see what the channel wants. Let me see if I can get let me configure my green screen here. Okay. So that's set up and working fine on the top view. Yes. Okay. All right. What's it going to be, channel? We don't have to have a formal vote. Just if you're going to join me for this, say what you want and we'll just go. We'll pick one of them to be the audience choice. Let me look at the rest of this while I'm waiting. It's moments like this I realize that YouTube says there are 15 concurrent viewers, but how many people are really paying attention? Not that that's fine. You can put this channel on to help you go to sleep. Nothing wrong with that. But all right, we've got Photos and Lavinia, Lavinia, and Serial. Okay, looks like we're gonna go with Photos and Lavinia then. That's my vote, and then two other people are. Oh no, two people want Lavinia and Sariel. All right, it's almost tied then. Let's see. I mean, it is a fun thought to go with this jealous or zealous. Smooth talker. Are we gonna be doing smooth talking here? All right. We're just about tied. Does anyone want to break the tie? You get one more crystal with Sariel. Is that right? Yes. You get one more crystal with Sariel. All right. Shall we take these two? Colby says Lavinia and Photios. All right. Well, that broke the. Jonathan is switching. All right. Let's take these two. We're sort of splitting the difference here. All right. We've got a fighter and a talker. That's good. And they both have mid-range cunning, and we've split the difference here. Azrak. Okay, so let's give our starting Azrak. This person gets 6. And Sariel gets 7. All right. Is this a little better? All right, so we've got the magic, the Azrak, the free explore. Do I need to move this a little bit? Okay. All right. What else do we need to remember how to play? Let's quickly scan through this again. We choose a location. Now that we're at a location, we're at the prologue, we would read A, and then we choose locations. We get a free recon, which is where we all take a card privately, look at it, and then we each get our free explore. Otherwise, it costs us an Azrak to go to a place and encounter it. Remember, when you get a card, you might do a test on it. The other player, the other of the two characters, can help if they don't have a card in front of them. So most of the time, we'll want to be doing one thing at a time. One of them is the time captain. That's the one that has to pay to travel to a new place. Between locations, we're at one location now. Between locations, we can do these updates, which either heal everyone up to their starting level of Azrak. Telepathy we don't do for a solo game. That's just the idea that each person has a card and they can say what's on their card, but they can't read it exactly. All right, when we go to a location, we put it on the map. So remember, this is the overview of the entire area, and we'll be at one of these places, which will be represented here. Okay. That's fine. Okay, we read A, then we each get to pick one of the places to go to. We look at it. We don't do it yet until we decide to do it. There's the telepathy, which isn't important. Then the actions we take, go to a place, etc., do a test. We can choose the order that we want to do things, right? Heart of the game, you perform whatever actions they choose, even simultaneously, no time limit, etc. All right. To go to a card, you spend an Azrak, and then you do these tests. The standby and helping is if you don't have a card in front of you. So we should remember this one little detail. Most of the time, if both characters, receptacles, have cards in front of them, and one wants to do a test, the other receptacle would have to throw their card back into the panorama in order to be available to help. But maybe we're being too harsh on that. Maybe you're allowed to do that at the last minute. If you're standing by, you can support by giving Azrak and use your items. I'm going to have to reread this again to make sure. But I think we played it that they had to be on standby before the test started. We'll have to check that out. Then there are some icons meaning that the group must do something before they can continue. Then when you leave a location, you can do the updates and trade items, but otherwise you're not allowed to trade items unless you're helping each other on standby, and then it takes a Azrak. So between phases, you can trade items and you can change time captain. When you spend Azrak, you put it in the vortex. That's just the general area. Okay. And here's a reminder of how to do a test. So a test has a difficulty level. Then you'll use your skill and extra Azrak, and you'll reveal one of the destiny cards, which will modify that. This tells you what happens if you get above the target score, below the target score, or exactly equal. And remember, the weird rule is that you benefit more if you can get exactly equal, which really you only have control over if you know what's going to be in the destiny deck. Okay, so you got your skill, and then you can boost it with Azrak. Turn over the destiny, do your resolution. Okay. Personal conflict, same way. If it's locked, then that person can only do that. Group is locked, the group must do that before they can continue. Okay, this is how to do an update for the entire group. Everyone resets their ASRAC to their starting level, unless there's not enough. Normally that costs you an ASRAC from the supply, from the vortex onto this card, which keeps track of how well you do. So the more times you have to reset, the worse your score. But there's another kind of update where you're in the middle of battle, you can do this inefficient update. So you put the ASRAC on the mission return card, they refill their personal supply. If someone dies, then they're kicked out of that location and the rest of the receptacles, the other one has to do it. If both get rejected, then the game ends. Is that right? Yes, the mission ends in failure. Or you can just all agree to leave, assuming you don't get locked in. And we've got items, tokens. This is something new to us? No, just normal. Some white items. I don't think we've seen white items before, have we? Let's see. Modify the map. Replacement. They replace the attributes of receptacles till the end of the mission. I don't remember seeing these. Okay, so this is all new. Okay, some items are replacement. They replace the attribute. Immediately put on top of your receptacle to cover your backstory and 3 attributes. You can change your attributes. Mysteries. Mystery cards are story cards with their own behavior. They're placed in a face-down pile during setup. Draw them when instructed. They're red or yellow. Player agent who draws a mystery with this symbol must read out loud. Once read, the card is placed vertically between the box bottom and the cardboard block. These cards can be looked at and they remain in position till the end of the mission. They summarize the box. Mystery featuring this symbol, they remove their current story card. They read the mystery and resolve it. All right, well, we'll just do it when we do it. Each of these games from Time Stories Revolution includes some new rules. And then we've got tokens. It just says don't look at them until you're told. You can swap them and change them between missions. Or here's the general rule about items. Between missions, they're free to swap, but inside a mission, if you're standing by, you can spend an ASRAC to give an item to someone else. So it's a very inefficient way of trading items, but you can do it if you have to. Okay, magic. At the beginning of the mission, each agent has a magic starting level. The stowed magic are placed in the supply next to the token punch board. Where's our spare? Okay, fine. If you gain magic, take it from the supply without ever exceeding your starting level. You can't swap magic. Stowing just means return to the box. You are free to take notes when playing, however, taking photographs is forbidden. Premature ending, if you all die inside a location, it ends. And you do a new run. Okay, that's our little reminder. The only thing that's different is you can support more and you get a free explore, and the first 2 updates are free. So we're going to take these 2 tokens to remind us that our first 2 updates are free. First 2 times we have to reset our energy, we don't get penalized. And that's it. We're ready to go. Hopefully it'll come back to us as we play. All right, let's see if there's anything with the chat before we get started. I haven't had any experience with these time stories since its initial run. Curious what's changed. Well, a whole bunch of stuff has changed. You'll have to see my review. I'll talk about it a little bit. Why don't we visit the prologue here? And then maybe we'll take our first break before we actually get started. And those of you who think you might want to play this by yourself can stop watching and come back and watch this video afterwards. I should say that these Time Stories games, you could see there's a lot here. It's taken us 2 sessions to play most of them. They are available cheap on Amazon. Someone can check what this box is running for now, but other than Cavendish, I think Midsummer, I've seen it for $10 on Amazon with free shipping if you have Amazon Prime, and it never goes higher than $15. So $10, you get a nice long adventure here. And so far, we've enjoyed them. All right, let's read the backstories of our characters, and then we'll get into this. Okay, here's Lavinia, the brave dryad. There she is there. Lavinia is the spirit attached to a young verdant oak from the daring forest. Shy when it comes to addressing a crowd, she becomes a fury when it comes to standing up for nature. Usually attending very few festivities, she agreed to have a drink with Luane's companions, whose uninhibited ways she admires. She's a very shy talker. She's bad at having discussions with people. Okay. And then Sariel, the jealous Sliff, a male air spirit. Sariel was summoned as a mage's familiar. It forged him a hasty and obsequious character, which his companions cleverly know how to take advantage of. Servicing others gives him, however, a good excuse for meddling in the affairs of others and satisfying his insatiable curiosity. So don't send him into a fight, but do send him to smooth talk someone. All right, let's get their personal stuff here. So there's our tree spirit. And there's our little fairy creature. All right, now, reminder how these things work. We've got 2 special cards, and the rest are numbered interactions, which we draw if we meet someone that we want to talk to. But these we're allowed to look at. So let's look at these cards. One of these is their power. You have an affinity with nature and can control it. Stow 1 magic, meaning throw 1 magic back to the game box, to use the nature communion power on the card you are exploring. Okay, so she can use her magic to commune with nature. Nature communion. And her snap recall memory. Remember, we're inhabiting her body, I guess. And we're having this little memory. You're extremely worried as you feel your tree has been contaminated one way or another. It affects you profoundly. You cannot wait to go to the forest and see what happened to the oak. Oh, okay. So remember, this is like an oak is our spirit, our soul, and we're traveling around, but there is a very specific tree that's the foundation of our soul, our personality. So this is the memory we have when we inhabit her body. We do want to go back to the forest to see how our tree is doing and maybe help it, and maybe that will get our abilities back up. Colby says this is currently $10 on Amazon. It is really hard to beat that. Okay, now let's look at Sariel here. Power and snap recall, and then communication. Okay, what is Sariel's power? You have the ability to fly. The flying icon is available for all the cards you explore. All right. I thought this was going to be, I thought they were both going to have powers that had to do with spending magic, but no, Sariel just can fly. And now the memory that Sariel has a snap recall of your mother. You awfully miss your mother. Her face, her icy blue skin, her frost white hair, the cold from the north. Maybe a little hint that if we head to the north, we can meet Sariel's mother. The fact that this game said there are these replacement cards that changes our powers makes me think that maybe if we can get these people to their backstory origin memories, we might be able to improve their powers. So we might want to do that sooner rather than later. Okay, you don't need to see that, and you don't need to see that. So I'll just put these off the map. Okay. Well, we don't know where we are yet, but the prologue is going to tell us. I'm trying to figure out the best way to organize everything. I guess we can move these up a little bit. All right, so we're going to read the prologue and then we'll take an early break. And those of you who think you might want to pick this up for $10 can stop watching. Take turns revealing and reading out loud each card of this prologue, starting with this one. So this first setup is going to be different. We're just going to read it all. So look, a frog is trying to eat this little fairy. Look at that art, that frog. That's pretty good. You open your eyes to find you're all sitting on tree trunks. Not sure how you got here. In your hands, you hold goblets with only a drop of liquid remaining. So we've transported back to this group that are right in the middle at the end of their having a party. And remember what we were told. We've somehow lost our memories. We don't even know why we're here, what we're supposed to be doing. We must have been sent here for a reason, but we don't know what it is. Okay? Looks like people dancing, having a good time. The air is filled with music, songs, and laughter. Fairies dance the farandole under the stars. Who's this? Puck. When you take possession of your receptacles, they were having a toast with Robin Goodfellow, a.k.a. the Puck. He addresses you with an amused expression. Agents, it was reckless of you to soak your lips in this tasty brew. So your memory withdrew. Now, what should you do? So he's played a little trick on us. Gave us some wine. We've lost our memories. Okay. Owl. You hear Titania, the Queen of Fairies, addressing her page. Soothe your fears, my sweet Agathon. Serving Oberon is out of the question. Upon seeing you, Titania rises from her throne and walks up to you. Serving Oberon is out of the question. Okay, Titania, Queen of the Fairies. All right, let's see what she's saying now. She's coming over to us. Travelers, my husband upset me tonight. He who wishes to make my page a knight. I'm willing to make this offer to you, I think. If you succeed to bring Oberon to reason, I will make sure to free you from the drink, so that you'll go again on your mission. Diana the huntress from her sacred basket will guide you if you show her love and respect. Okay, so she wants us to do something to her, and then she's going to give us back our memories. We have to bring Oberon to reason. Bring Oberon to reason. Okay. Diana the Huntress will guide you. All right, last card in the prologue. What are we looking at here? Is that the queen in her throne? Each agent secretly reads their snap recall card. Okay, well, we read it and it wasn't secret. But if you were playing with multiple players, you wouldn't share that information. The time captain stows this prologue, which can be looked at any time, places one of their Azrak on a map's location, and goes there. Okay, here we go. So we know what we're meant to do. We're meant to help the queen bring Oberon to reason, but we don't know who that is or where they are. But clearly that's what we're supposed to do. And the Huntress is going to guide us, but she's not telling us where to go. Okay, well, it's been an hour. We're about to get started, but we're going to take our first break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll get into the game. If this looks like something you want to play on your own, as Colby says, $10. You could pick this up from Amazon with free shipping if you've got a subscription to Amazon Prime. For those of you who are going to join me for the playthrough, I'll see you in 8 minutes.
I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
Okay, we're back. I've taken a moment to organize stuff a little bit. I put our map together. I'll put these together so they're a little bit easier to organize and move around. And here's our little reminder. Choose a location, read card A, and then start playing. Oh, and here's a little summary of symbols that we haven't encountered some of them yet. All right, but we'll deal with that when it happens. Well, it's time to decide where to go. There's our map for us to choose from, and all we know is that we're trying to make this Queen of the Fairies happy. Husband upset her? He who wishes to make my page a knight. Okay, so her husband wants to jump up a page into a knight, and we have to talk reason into him. And Diana is going to guide us. She's from the Sacred Basket. Well, actually, we do have a location, don't we? The Sacred Basket. She's going to guide us. But this is where Diana the Knight is from. I wonder if that means we should be going there to get Diana, or is Diana already sitting in front of us? And Diana, I'm sorry. And then the Queen says to her, this is Queen Titania, says to her page, soothe your fears, my sweet Agathon. Serving Oberon is out of the question. Oh, my page. So her husband wants to turn her page into a knight, and she's saying to her page, Agathon, relax, don't be afraid, you're not going to get made into a knight. We're going to talk some sense to Oberon. Okay, so that makes more sense. So maybe we should keep some notes about who these characters are. We've got Titania. She's the queen. Right? We've got Oberon, her husband. Then we've got Agathon. This is the page that the husband wants to make into a knight. And then we've got Diana, who's the hunter, the huntress from the Sacred Basket, which we have a location for. So you could see why it might make sense to go right to the Sacred Basket if we think we have to find Diana first, if Diana's not with us. And it makes sense, Perry says, that Oberon might be in the castle if he's the king. Mountains north, if we wanted to do try to find our backstory snap memory, we could try to get on the old road, head north. I feel like the Sacred Basket, where Diana is, might make sense. I just don't know if Diana's with us yet. She doesn't say that Diana is here, does she? I will make sure to free you from the lake. Okay, that's it. From her sacred basket will guide you all. That sounds like that's where we should go, the sacred basket to me. Sounds like it says from her sacred basket. Sounds like maybe it's wanting us to go here. Okay, so which of us has more Azrak Serial, the fairy? Makes sense. So he's going to be time captain. He's going to put an Azrak on the map in order that we can travel to that area. So Azrak on the map. Serial is the time captain. We put our prologue away. We could put it back in the deck, but I'm just going to put it off to the side. Now we go in here and find the sacred basket, which happens to be right at the top. We lay it out. We are now in the sacred basket. And we read card A. After crossing the vast circle of ashes demarcating the sacred perimeter, you enter Diana's sanctuary, which shelters a large pond. This place exudes a strong sense of majesty and serenity. On the left of the body of water, in the branches of a tall chestnut tree, a golden glow catches your attention. Let's see, I'm going to need to get close up for this when I do it. Okay. A golden glow catches your attention. Behind a bush, laughter and female exclamations, along with splashing noises, can be heard. Here. Some strange gleams move within the depth of the pond. That's the gleams. And lastly, on your right stands a small oratory dedicated to a goddess. All right, so we pick our first places to go that are free. This is our recon stage. I feel like maybe these two would be good starting places. So let's go like this. All right, I'm going to start here. When looked at more closely, the glow that caught your eye turns out to be a large sprig of golden mistletoe. Climbing up the tree seems hardly difficult, but it would probably be easier to get it by flying. So this would be a better card for Serial. Skepticals who have the flying or use the tree can take item 1 without initiating the test. Okay. Now she can trigger that ability, Lavinia, by spending a magic, but it seems like we'd rather not spend a magic. So we could just put this card back and let Serial take it and do this test without even performing it. That seems like it's the way to go, because it would cost us an Azarac to run this test, and we could fail it, whereas it would cost us an Azarac for Serial to grab it, and then she passes it. So she's just going to put this one right back and let Serial come and grab it. But Serial has drawn this one. Overgrown by the brambles, the small monument seems abandoned. Below an empty bowl, you notice the symbols of the goddess to whom it is consecrated, a bow and arrows, and a crescent moon. Well, I mean, Lavinia has a bow and arrow, so she might be more suited for this. Look, there's an arrow in that basket. Can you see? An old moss-covered arrow has cracked right through this basket, and that's the moon symbol. If you wish to make an offering, stow 1 magic and read your interaction card number 1. Now, remember, Lavinia's memory is about an oak. I just want to see this. Where does she say where her forest is? Your tree has been contaminated. You can't wait to go to the forest. Okay, well, I don't think we're in the forest. I was going to say, is that her forest? No, I think this is probably her forest here. Unless you think these are oaks. But she does have a bow and arrow, so I'm sort of tempted to have her be the one to interact with this, to make an offering. But it is expensive to be trading cards. If this one's got the card right in front of her. Cereal. But I feel like, I'll tell you what, let's do. It's a little early, so this is a little wasteful. But I think what we'll do is I'm just going to have her not do this test. We're going to have Cereal spend an Azrak to take this test. This is over here. Okay. So in other words, just to try to give these to people who perform best at them, I'm going to have Cereal do her free explore to take this one. And I'm inclined to do the same thing. Have Lavinia do her free explore to take this one. We'll do that after. We'll do one thing at a time just in case they need help. All right, so Cereal has spent an explore to grab this card. She's going to do this, but he is going to do this, but he has flying, so he just takes item 1 without having to do the test. Let's see what he's got. He's got the golden bough. This branch of golden mistletoe is a powerful talisman. When you stand by, you can stow 3 magic to enable each agent to gain 1 Azrak. Wow, that's a very expensive thing. All right. And then this card is done. Okay, so now we've got 3 locations. We've spent this. This is our expenditures. Maybe we need to have a place for these so they don't just feel like they're lost. All right, so I think we should do this offering to the gods, but I think Lavinia, the archer, should be the one to do it. So she's going to grab this location, spending her free explore to do that. This is only available because we're playing solo. And then she's going to have this interaction here. She's going to take 1 of her magic. She's going to stow it, which is basically put it in the box to do this, which says because of that, she reads her interaction card 1. So remember, depending on what character did this, we would read a different card. She's doing it, so she's reading her card 1. The goddess accepts your offering and rewards you with past or future visions. You see yourself in front of your oak with a bough of golden mistletoe in your hand. A group of formidable riders is chasing a white doe among the trees. Behind an arch covered in frost, a terrible threat weighs upon you. So it is suggesting that we should have the mistletoe when we get back to our home and our oak. White doe among the trees, behind the arch covered in frost, a terrible threat weighs upon you. All right, that's a little scary, but we'll keep that available. All right, so that was the offering. This gets given to the box, and this can get put back. All right, well, while we're here, we might as well finish exploring. We have not found Diana yet. Maybe Diana's with us. I thought we were going to run into her. Do we restore our magic when we refill our Azrak? Well, that is a good question. I don't think so. I don't know any way to get magic back. It's a good question. I don't see anything about how you get magic back. At the beginning, you get your magic, and it says something may cause you to gain magic, but it doesn't seem like it refills, so that's something to worry about. All right, well, let's do these one at a time. I see flying fairies here, so maybe this is, again, Cereal's business. Whereas reaching deep into the water seems like something Lavinia could do. So let me have Serial grab this card. So we got to pay for this from Serial Supply. You carefully move aside the branches of the bush to discreetly observe whatever is happening behind. However, everything is perfectly calm, and even if light laughter can still be heard, nothing seems to explain their origin. Suddenly, a powerful water jet springs from the pond and splashes all over you, while a roar of mocking laughter rings out in your ears. Some invisible people are having a party here? Or maybe they're they're underwater. They're under the water, I think. Okay. Well, then, let's have Lavinia reach her hand deep in the water and scoop out some of these creatures. When you dive into the pond, you realize the lights you saw from the surface originate from schools of magnificent, multicolored, and iridescent fish, swimming too fast to be caught. If you wish to explore the depths of the pond, we have to do a cunning test. All right, well, we've got a cunning of 2. We have to beat the 4, but we can get help from our friends. I think we should, but all right. So if we wanted to, the worst these get are -2. There's a -1, a -1, -2. So only one of these is a -2. But to get up to 4, we'd already have to contribute 2 Azrak. That would increase our base score of 2 up to 4. And then we'd have a 50% chance of failing unless we added 1 more. Where's that green coming from? Why is it zoomed in? So I'd be inclined to do that. Maybe there's something cool under this water. We could 1 in 6 chance we'll lose it, but the worst thing is we lose an Azrak. All right, so let's do it. Better to bulk up with some magic items right at the start. Okay, so we've got 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 against 4 here. Here's our modifier. +3. So way overkill. And these decks all get recycled. All right. So we did succeed. We lose this Azrak into the vortex. But we do get item 2. Let's see what that is. What the? The donkey head spell. When you emerge from the pond after your unsuccessful search, you feel different. Your body is now topped with a donkey head, which is quite questionable aesthetic-wise. You can no longer deliver a comprehensible speech. Your words come out as brays. From now on, your smooth talking ability is 0. You remove this card whenever you gain 1 or more Azrak. If so, discard this card instead of taking... Whenever you gain magic. Discard this instead of taking magic. What the... So it cost us 3 Azrak to get nothing? To get a punishment? It's a pure punishment. Now, thankfully, it got put on the person who wasn't good at talking anyway. But that's terrible. Why would it do that to us? And I think I also didn't pay to explore that, right? Because this is what we paid. This is what we paid to do that test. All right. Well, this was a terrible trip. The only thing we got here is the mistletoe and had a little encounter here. But that was a horrible I'd like to light that pond on fire and burn all those fishes to death as punishment. All right, well, these go here. This area gets closed up. We never have to go back here again. Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Unless we meet some donkeys, in which case. John says, should we head to the oak since we had the vision of the oak and the bow and we have the bow of mistletoe? Yes, let's do it. Okay, so we're between missions. We're allowed to trade items. So let's trade the mistletoe. I mean, let's trade the mistletoe to Lavinia since it's her memory and her encounter with the oak. We're going to try to solve. And then let's head to the forest. That's the oak, right? Yeah, those are the oaks here. So we're going to head to the forest, but I don't have that many Azrak left. I'm a little nervous about, but I guess it's now or never. All right, let's go to the Daring Forest. We're going to try to get Lavinia her backstory thing, although it's a little scary. I don't know if we're ready for it, but okay, so we're going to... You don't think we should go to the forest and deal with the king? I mean, the castle? Daring Forest. All right, this could be trouble. It is weird that we're not... Well, okay, let's see. It says, important, read this card A before displaying this location. Okay. This location works differently. Take all these location cards, shuffle, and randomly spread them on the table. You can look at them following the usual rules. The vast forest is a hive of adventure and the most dangerous of perils, with its druidic oaks, dark dens, miraculous springs, enchanted rocks, and trees bearing the faces of unknown men and beasts. The sinister sound of strange hunting horns echoes through the woods. Uh-oh, yeah. All right, so we're told to just lay these cards out randomly. Let me shuffle them up a bit. All right. Oh, it feels like we're supposed to be somewhere. It doesn't feel like we're supposed to be here. Okay, so we've got all these trees that look alike. We don't have enough Azrak to explore it all, but we can explore some of it. Maybe we'll get lucky. They're strange hunting horns. They're dangerous people in here. We're told from the vision we had. I should start using this, shouldn't I? In front of your oak with a bow of golden mistletoe in your hand, a group of formidable riders is chasing a white doe among the trees. Behind an arch covered in frost, a terrible threat. So if you see an arch covered in frost, run away. Okay, well, let's pick a place to recon. I guess she'll just pick. There are slight differences in colors. Do you see anything different that gives us a clue that one of these oaks belongs to us? Some look redder than others. Like, is that just my imagination? I'm gonna sort them out by green and redness. Like, the red ones, these look redder. These look greener. Otherwise, they look basically the same to me. Sorry. These look a little redder. These look a little greener. But do you spot any secret little symbol that could look like it's us? Our tree? Any sign that one of these trees is different? Because it sure would be nice to go to right to our tree. I don't see any different. Any difference in any of these? You might even expect that maybe one of these cards looks different than the rest. That would be where to go. They all look the same to me, though. Does anyone spot any difference? We're going to have to be smart about this game, especially starting off with the donkey head. We're not going to be able to talk our way out of danger with that donkey head. One of these oaks is ours. We should be able to spot it, you'd think. All right. Maybe we should go to the greener ones. All right, I'm going to have her go to the one closest to her. All right, this is where Lavinia is going. The scene before your eyes is as enchanting as it is breathtaking. In a peaceful clearing, a majestic unicorn is about to quench her thirst. The creature does not seem to have noticed you. If you wish to get closer to the unicorn, read your interaction card 4. I mean, we've got a donkey's head. Seems like they should be friends. Let's go ahead and do it. Oh, yes. I think we're supposed to both recon a place first. What is the rule for recon? I think we're supposed to both recon a place first. All right, let's let Serial go here. Oh boy. Within an ancient moss-covered stone circle stands a tall black block of rock crystal. An old man rests in a deep sleep as if dead. An aura of ancient magic emanates from the place. The hunting horns play in the distance. If you wish to free the old man from his prison, gain as many magic as that number. B, take item 11. C, remove the story card. If you obtain an odd number, you can try again. So you can try to free him. Spend an Azrak or stow a magic. It's an even number. Then proceed in the following order. First, you gain as many items as magic as that number. Then you take item 11. Then you remove the story card. Seems pretty good. John says, this is giving a little of Seven Citadel vibe when we dug up relics and had to guess if they were good or evil. Yes, it is. All right, well, let's start here with the unicorn. The donkey is going to talk with the unicorn. Interaction card 4. Okay, here we go. The unicorn turns her head towards you. Recognizing a dryad, she lets you come closer and gently lays the tip of her horn on your forehead. You feel a powerful wave of vital energy running through your sap. Remove your story card, then gain 2 Azrak and 1 magic. Remove your story card. What does that mean, remove your story card? I guess this one, this is the story card. All right, so we're getting rid of this. We're getting 2 Azrak from the supply. That's great. And because we would get magic, we now could do that. Because we would get magic, we now get rid of our donkey head. So the unicorn cured us of being a donkey. It was a pretty cool story too, because she put her horn on our forehead of the donkey and changed us back. It's kind of nice. Although maybe it was good to be a donkey somehow. Okay, unicorn is gone. And those were our free explorers. And we got some extra Azrak. So this dryad, this is her forest. She is a tree creature, so she's best to handle all this stuff if she can. All right, now we have a difficult decision to make. Is this creature, is this magician in here, this druid, is he gonna hurt us if we free him? Surely he won't hurt us. But is there a reason he's locked up here? Looks like he's got a moon thing on her. He kind of looks like a nice guy. Seems like there's some reasonable benefits. So there's 2, it says the negative or positive doesn't matter. We know in here there's a -2, that would be a success. 2 -1s, that would be a failure. A 3, that would be a failure. A 0 and a 2 would be a success. So 50% chance of being a success. However, if we draw the 0, we won't get any magic. But if we draw the 2, we get 2 magic. I definitely think we should try this. I don't know what we're going to get. So far, everyone we try to help has been hurting us. But we've only done one of them. All right, so let's try it. Unless we want to save our Azrak for what we came here for. 50% chance. Let's try it. So we're going to spend an Azrak to do this test. We're going to reveal, although it would be better to come back here when we know more about what's in this deck. But because you can't purposely return to a specific place, better to do it. All right, here we go. So what we want it to be is even. Okay, 0 is an even number, but we're not going to get any magic from it. That's unfortunate. However, we still do this. We gain as many magic, so we gain 0 magic. But we do get item 11, which could very well be a terrible thing to us. And then we don't get to do it again. All right, so wasting of magic. We could have gotten 2 magic here if we got 0. All right, let's see what this happens when we free this guy. It's the enchanter. To settle his debt, the enchanter accompanies you. You can stow 1 magic to benefit the following spell, Metamorphosis. Once per test, after revealing the destiny card, take your lowest attribute value and add it to or subtract it from the final value. That's pretty cool. He's in our party now. This is a good ability. That would help us pass a test. I mean, it's just going to be a +1 in both of our cases, +1 or -1, but it could make a difference. All right, pretty good. I wish we had gotten some magic from this, though, but all right, it's good we freed him. And then we spent that. Now, we still have a reasonable amount of Azrak for the tree dryad. This guy only has 2. He's not in very good shape here. Serial. There's dangerous stuff in this woods, but we came here to try to get our origin story. So I guess we're going to try again. Actually, these weren't our free move. These were our recons, so we didn't do our free explores yet. So let's do that. Let's have Lavinia free explore here. Oh boy. The twisted branches gnawed on by sickly lichens, intimately intertwined to plunge the undergrowth into the shade of their rotting leaves. A disturbing tree bearing a human face addresses you with a gloomy voice. Well, I'm glad that she's having these interactions, though, because she's the one who knows how to talk to trees. So if there's anyone to talk to it, this is it. Is this our tree? Let's find out. Lavinia, from the hard oak, fragile twig, to rescue thy tree, you fall short. Take me as your father and be my sprig. Want to join the Alder King's court. What on God's earth? The mind of the Alder King tries to enthrall and lure you to his domain. Resisting the relentless will of the Alder King, +2 bonus to the final value if you use your forest communion. What the? Okay, this is not good. So this thing is an evil spirit. Okay. So we have to pass a 4 orange test. A 4 orange test is negotiation. We have a value of 1. It's a lock. We must do it. So we can commune with the forest by spending a magic. That will give us +2. That gives us a total of 3. And then we do have a bunch of Azrak we can use. There is a -2 in the thing. We do not want to lose this. If we get lower than 4, then we would lose our power, which would be terrible. And if we beat it, the only thing that happens is we resist it. We get no benefit. Yes, at least we don't have the donkey head. All right, so to do this, we have to do it. We're forced to do it. But the enchanter Sariel can help us with this if we need to. He can help us. Can he help us? He could pass this to us for 1, but he can't use it for us, can he? I think that's right. I think the rule about items, we can take a look at this again, but the rule about items is the other person can't use it for you. We're going to have to look up a couple things. We're also going to have to look up the lock. Let's look up the lock and see if we can get help. The player who reads this card must keep it in front of them, must resolve it before doing anything else. Okay, but that doesn't mean they can't get help. It just means this person can't help until they resolve it. that's good. We can still get help from Serial. But now, as far as help goes, I believe the rule is that the other people can support. Okay. Ask for support. Any player standing by can support, spending at most 1 Azraq, except if there's a solo, you can spend up to 3. And then the destiny. Where are the items? Where are the rules? The rules are not the best on this game, but I'm pretty sure the rule is when you're supporting someone, maybe we can look in the glossary, you can give them items by paying an Azraq. Let's see if there is a rule about support. Okay, if you're supporting, you can spend 1 Azraq. Where's the thing about sharing cards? This is a terrible rule book, if I'm right. If it's true, you can share items by paying an Azraq, and now it's been missing in the 2 places where you would expect the rules to explain it, then that is a terrible mistake. Look. A player who's standing by can give 1 or more of their items to agents. Page 14. Swapping items. Okay, between it, it's free, but when you're standing by, you can spend an Azraq to give an item to another person. Okay, I guess we would find that in the glossary, not under support, but under standby. Yes, okay. Terrible explanation, but what it means is we could give this card to Lavinia to help her pass this test, but it would cost an Azraq, which is pretty nasty. Better to just spend that Azraq. Better to just spend that Azraq. All right, so to get up to, if it's a -2, we'd have to be 2 higher to deal with the worst case. So she's a 1. Plus, she's going to spend a magic to trigger her commune. That gets her up to 3. And then she's going to spend an Azraq to get to 4. And an Azraq to get to 5. Now, the only question is, should she spend it to deal with the worst case scenario that there's only 1 card of? I don't think we can do it. It's a pretty terrible outcome if we draw that -2 card. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 20% chance. Are we really going to waste an Azraq on a 20% chance? However, another way you could look at it is if we pass her this card and spend an Azraq, she can hold on to it the whole rest of our time here. Maybe it is worth it to do that. I think we just have to take our chances. If we draw the -2, it's gonna suck. That's scary. I thought that was going to be a -2. All right, a +2. So we spent our 2. We spent our magic. just to deal with this tree. But one interesting thing is this tree alder's evil spirit is out of the game now. So if we come back to the forest later, he's not here. It's not like it goes back. So we kept our commune with the forest power. That was going to be really nasty if we lost that. And then this one is gone too. So if we come back to the forest, there's only these 5 cards. Okay, that costs that. We've got a free explorer still left for Serial, so surely we're going to do this. I'm nervous about it because we're low on Azrak, but let's do it. Oh my god, look at these great cute creatures here. You come upon a bunch of Lutins, busy collecting mushrooms, but when they see you, they run away and hide in the thickets, from where they observe you suspiciously. Maybe you'll be able to convince them to share their harvest. Okay, well, Serial is the sweet talker. It's got a smooth talking skill of 3. So it feels like we should be able to do this. However, we've drawn 2 good cards here. So in this destiny is a -2, a -1, and a -1. So pretty bad cards. However, we do have this ability we can use in an emergency. So 3 we start out with. So that would bring us up to 4. But if it's a -2, -1, -1, and +1, I think. So if it's a -2, we won't be able to fix it. And there's no benefit for getting it exactly right. So why doesn't Lavinia help us? We don't have to do this test. And actually, we have to pay an Azrak to take the test. You're absolutely right. You are right. I'm not sure we did. Well, the other one had a lock, but should we have still paid an Azrak for it? Both of these, should we have paid an Azrak? No, these aren't tests. This wasn't a test. But this was a test. But it's a lock. I guess you still have to pay for it. So, should we have paid for doing that test? To get paid to that test just to escape that evil creature? DJ says, we don't need mushrooms. Don't do it. I think there's some logic to that. We can always come back here. So, should we run away from this place? I mean, we still have a little more we can do. Let's leave here. Hmm. Huh. I'm just trying to think. If we're going to refresh, we might as well spend our Azrak. But I'm trying to think if we can do this. Like, he has this card in front of him. Let's say we just take this test blind, hoping to get the +1. If we fail it, we lose an Azrak. If we lost his last Azrak, it just kicks us out. There's no other penalty, right? So then we just lose anyway. We just leave anyway. Just need a little bit of a reminder about, if you spend your last Azrak, you choose one of two options. You can just get kicked out. Yeah. So what I think we do is we just do this test. And if we get lucky, we're going to get a mushroom. If we don't, we just lose, we just get kicked out, and we're going to leave anyway. There's no downside. All right, so he's going to spend almost his last Azrak to take this test. This person is going to help by adding an Azrak to this test. That gives us a 4. So we're 4 against 4. It's a +3, so we succeed, and the cards get shuffled, which is good for us because it puts more good cards back in here. These get spent. And now we've got token A, which is going to be a mushroom. These little creatures, the Lutons, gave us some mushroom because we talked them into it. Then this card gets removed, so we don't have to rediscover it again. So that's another benefit. So that worked out well. Jesse did well. All right. So now we could explore more, but now we are in danger. Remember, there's no real harm if one of these people gets kicked out and the other one voluntarily leaves. But the whole game ends if we both die in the forest. So now we've got to leave. So now we leave. These 4 forest locations get shuffled back with the forest, where we will encounter it again later. Now we've left. We've only got 1 Azrak each, so it's time to do an update. When we do an update, we take from the vortex one of these, put it on the return card to hurt our score, but the first 2 are free. So there's a free one, and then everyone fills back up to their max. So 7 for cereal and 6 for Lavinia. Actually, all of these are still available to us. All the ones in the box. Okay. So that worked out well. You guys tried to make me run away without the mushrooms. Not only did we get the mushrooms, we got rid of the card. All right, that was still scary in that forest. But you can see something that we haven't encountered in previous Time Stories Revolutions, which is incrementally making progress in a location and then planning to come back to it again. So we've gotten rid of some of those encounters, but we can come back to it. All right, so now we're ready for a new round to pick a place to go. And one thing we could do is we could go right back into that forest and still try to finish up our origin story now that we're maximally strength. Should we? Or should we have learned our lesson and not go back into the forest? It feels like we should go right back in there, don't you think? Try to get Lavinia her tree. What do you think? We're strong now. The other question is, should we give for free Lavinia this guy? Should he come over to her side so that she's really ready to do this? If we think she's going to do this. DJ says we need to get our memory back. Does that mean we should focus on our mission and not deal with this until we get our memory back? I wonder. Well, what's your proposal? You want to go to the castle and deal with the main mission before we go back into the forest? We went to the sacred basket over there. Castle sounds good. All right, let's go to the castle. We'll come back to the forest in a bit. Let's try going to the castle. It is weird that we were told to deal with the king and talk him out of it, and we've now gone to two other places. So it does make sense that we should try to find our mission here. So, entrance to the castle. This is interesting. There's only two places, A, B, and C. Oh, this does not look safe. This does not look friendly. What's happening here? So that's a sword is the bridge, and on the other side of it is some very strong creature. All right, let's see what we've got here. An impressive fortified castle is erected on a rocky peak. Its towers are bannerless. The only road across seems to be a ford made of a gigantic sharp-bladed sword laid on its edge. At the far end of this peculiar bridge, a formidable giant with a beastly face stands guard. The time captain takes card B and reads it out loud, then returns it face up. Let me point something out. I don't think the fairy king lives here. Like, I think the fairy king lives in some pond. I think this is some other castle. Anna's like, no, for the castle. Well, it's a little too late, Anna. We're already here. You should have spoken up before we walked right into this. Walking on a sharp-edged sword is not an easy exercise and is painful. However, your little group is creative. If an agent uses some power that we don't have, you can just pass through. Otherwise, the agents who can fly pass to the other opposite side. Every other agent loses an Azrak. Once the entire group is on the opposite side, the time captain reads card C out loud. It sounds like we have to do this now. Like we're not being given a choice. So read card B and then put it back. So here it is here. Can we just leave? If we're just like, never mind, can we leave? It's not going to cost us too much to get here. And we did have to pay to get here. We are fairly strong. All right. I don't know about this, though. I guess we're allowed to leave. It would only cost us one Azrak, but this guy might ask us some question and we don't know an answer to. Anna says just leave. if we leave, where we're going to go? I see moon stuff too. We don't have any moon powers, and we've never visited this. Would be nice. Should we just run away? Sort of at a loss here. Really want to fight that thing. On the other hand, we're in good shape. One of us can fly over. It only cost us one Azrak. I don't think we're ready to go here. This feels like entrance to the castle. That means there's going to be a whole other castle we can go visit. So I think this might be premature. All right, let's leave here. This is too scary for us. We'll come back. Well then, where to next? We've got the Cromlech, the Old Road, the Tibby Ruins, or back into the Daring Forest. It's time to take a break, though. Let's take a break, refresh your tea and coffee. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I think it's fairly safe to say this is going to take us 2 sessions. So this is just part 1, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. 11 concurrent viewers still here. We went to the entrance to the castle to meet the fairy king, and we panicked. We panicked and ran away. I mean, it might have been the right thing to do, but we've decided that we're too scared to go in there and fight that thing. For all we know, that guy's going to be like, yeah, of course you can go into the castle. Go right in. I think our problem came because I was scared that that woman is not the... If you exceed to bring Oberon to reason, Anna the Huntress. Things are weird here. Like, where is this person who's supposed to be guiding us? Shouldn't they be guiding us? I mean, why are we roaming around without any understanding of what's where? We're like walking into this castle like we want to speak to the king. We're on a mission. This is like someone else's castle, maybe. Maybe this is where this king is. All right, but what we've decided is we're going back into the forest. We're going to let Lavinia do her little side quest. She had this vision. Her vision was that she's worried that our tree has been contaminated. It affects you profoundly. You cannot wait to go to the forest and see what happens to the oak. So we're trying to do that now so that maybe we can even get her stronger instead of getting turned into a donkey. So she's going to lead the way back into the forest. Now, when you would put something where there already is, instead you put it here, a little bit of a sign of inefficiency. And now we go back to the forest. However, we've cleared some of the forest away, so we know how to move about there a little bit better. This just tells us to put these out randomly. The sinister sound of strange hunting horns echo through the woods. So there's 4 locations now in the woods for us to explore. Our destiny deck is all reset. And where are our free explorers? What have I done with them? Oh, is that right? Okay. So, but before we even spend our free explore, before we travel in here, I think we should give everything to Lavinia, including the mushrooms. Let's just get her ready to be the main person doing something here. All right, let's have her start her recon. I think they both have to recon a separate place. All right, here we go. She's going to start. As you follow a woodland path, you notice strange little lights flying close to the ground. As soon as you approach them, they move away, sinking deeper into the undergrowth. The sound of a loud hunting horn shatters the silence. The hunters are not far away. Well, if you wish to follow the lights, spend an Azrak and take item 39. Okay, that was the recon, though. I might reread this recon rule. I don't think we're allowed to... I mean, I guess we could do it out of turn. But when we go to a new location, we're supposed to do this recon. Each player takes a card, reads it, puts it face down. You don't interact with it. And then you can do stuff. All right, so this... Now, Sariel gets this card. Oh, that's Lavinia, maybe. In a pretty clearing, a young oak catches your attention. Its trunk is engraved with strange writing. The hunting horns can still be heard in the distance. If you wish to take a closer look at the oak, read your interaction card 8. Okay, this might be Lavinia's card. and someone's carved something into it. This might be the card she's looking for. So I think we should just have her do both of them. So let's have Serial put this card back. I mean, we could have him interact with it as well. I think put this card back, let her do it, but now he can assist her while she does this card. So she's going to spend an Azrak to take item 39, and hopefully this will not... Is this going to turn her into another donkey? Or is this going to lead us to the hunters? I don't want this to happen before we take care of this. I don't trust anything in this game after we got turned into a donkey. Should I just ignore this? Is this too dangerous? Why am I filled with fear on this game? They're leading us into the forest. All right, I'm doing it. I can't live in fear my whole life. Item 39. Oh, I already took it. Here it is. If these things lead me to the hunters... Jonathan says if we're going to deal with the oak, we got to do it now while we're strong. All right, you talked me into it. She's going to take back her Azrak. It's not going to get this item. We'll do this in a minute. Let's go for our oak. All right, Jonathan's right. Focus on the prize. So she's going to give up this card. Then she's going to spend her free explore to take this card. Okay. Focus on our mission, then we'll do the other stuff. All right. Now she's going to interact with this. Let's see if this does it. At least she's at full strength. I think Jonathan was right. We don't want to waste our Azrak on some item. We're here about our business. You have found your oak, but someone viciously defaced it. If Photios, which is the other person we could have taken, looks like he carved his name into it. If he's played, immediately stow this card, take your interaction card 13. Otherwise, you could repair the damage using the branch of a sacred tree. If you have item 1, remove it to read your interaction card 11. Now, why do we happen to have item 1? The golden bough of mistletoe. There's a reason we happen to have it, because we gave an offering to the goddess in the sacred bough, and that's where we got a vision that we should walk in here to this forest with this mistletoe, and we followed it, and it came true. So now we get to read interaction card 11. So far, all our plans are working here. If you have item 1, remove it. Okay, so we've lost the mistletoe. We don't get its power anymore. But what do we get? Thanks to the blessing of the golden bough, dedicated to the moon goddess, you restore the harmony to your tree, the fawn defiled. Remove your story card and take item 27. I don't like how it says remove your story card, but okay, remove this story card. We've repaired our tree. That's fantastic. And now we get item 27. Now you know what this is going to be, right? This is going to be a replacement. This is going to increase our stats. Here we go. Restored purity. You have restored your tree and recovered your rank within nature's great harmony. The following attribute values replace those on your receptacle card. 3, 1, and 5 from a 2, 1, and 4. So we bumped 2 values up. Not only that, we regain our starting Azrak. You no longer need to stow magic to use our special power, Nature Communion. If you lost your power, recover it. How cool is that? All right. We should just take a moment to appreciate Jonathan's advice and thoughts, but also our collective thoughts that in this game, unlike our previous games, we would be well advised to go to our backstory and solve that mystery and upgrade, and that is going to help us. That makes me think we should do the same thing for Serial now. All right, this is great. Now, unfortunately, we had only spent 1 Azrak, so we're only going up to 6 Azrak. Well, that's too bad. Now I wish we had done this other thing because we would get more stuff restored. But okay. You can't, 2020 hindsight. This is a great ability, though. And now we can use our communion for free, which is amazing. The communion is the one that lets us spend magic to use communion power. Now we don't have to spend magic. We can just use communion power. All right. So that person's backstory is done. We don't, in fact, need these anymore. They've just got communion. Okay, let's put these away. So Lavinia has done her backstory. Now, if we think about doing the same for Serial, what's his deal? Your mother, you awfully miss your mother, her face, her icy blue skin, her frost white hair, the cold from the north. So this person's backstory. This person's backstory. I'm gonna put these here. I need some way to distinguish the collective from the individuals. Okay, so if you wanted to find this person in the north, it seems like it's up here, this way, but maybe past the castle or maybe on the old road. However, we are now at full health and we're in the forest. So we've got an interesting dilemma here. We're told that the hunters are dangerous. Did we just get lucky and they're in here somewhere and we should just get out of here? Should we consider ourselves lucky and just get out of the forest? I wonder. Seems pretty cowardly, but I wonder if following these things are going to get us to the hunters and make us engage in some difficult fight, or if there's still good stuff to be found in the forest. What do you think? We're here, we got full health. I mean, if we're ever going to have a fight, now is the time. I think we should do this while we're here. Yes, it is pushing our luck, but it's definitely pushing our luck, especially since we've come here and did what we're supposed to do. But on the other hand, we have full health. I mean, we could always come back. This is the second time we're back. We actually have a free explore. Let's use our free explore to look in another place. It's free. I'm nervous, but no, don't want it. First, the hunting horns, then the sound of galloping horses gets louder and louder. Suddenly, a doe springs from a thicket, soon followed by a horde of riders who run past you. The last one stops, turns, and looks at you. We can attack the horde or draw the rider's attention by making fun of his ridiculous outfit. Really? Those are our choices? Now, we heard about this tale, right? We heard this tale when we had our vision. It was about hunters chasing a doe. What was that? A group of formidable riders is chasing a white doe among the trees. Behind an arch covered in frost, a terrible threat weighs upon you. This is the doe. One thing that's not clear to me, but the rules in this game really need some improvement. But one thing that's not clear to me is if this was a test, we would definitely, it would be optional. But there's no lock here. Does that mean we have to do one of these things now, or can we just not do either of these? What do you think the rule is? Are we allowed to not do either of these and just leave? I really wish the rules were better. All right. Well, I'm not going to attack these things. I mean, this is nature. What are we going to stop them from killing the doe? Let's just. Why are we trying to draw its attention? Why are we doing either of these? How about we just go? Just go. Why are these our two choices? Or is this optional? And we are allowed to do neither. There's no solution in this rule book. All right, well, we're not going to fight him. We'll just try the joke. Although I'm not thrilled about this. I don't think this guy has a sense of humor. But all right, we're ready to kill him. I mean, if we have to fight, we'll fight. We make fun of his ridiculous outfit. Oh my God, they don't like that. You utter a torrent of insults and flee into the forest. You want to lure them and hope they will not be able to catch up with you. All right, so we're trying to run away. The good news is that this is an individual fight. Look how cool this is. Little Lord of the Rings type of thing. If there's no lock, we can leave. Well, now there's a lock, Anna. You've got to speak up before I make the decisions. You utter a torrent of insults and flee into the forest. You want to lure them. I guess we didn't have a choice because this is. Why are we luring them if we're fleeing? Why didn't we just flee? Why do you lure someone if your object is to flee. I don't get that. The good news, however, is we do have flight. It's a purple test that we have a native skill of 2 on. Plus flight, thank God we picked the right creature to do this. So that gives us a native of 6, and we've got plenty of extra Azrak. So we're going to be able to defeat this. We're going to be able to succeed and get a mystery card. So actually, that's pretty good for us. All right, so 4 plus 2 is 6. So there's 7. And we can get 1 from Lavinia. That gives us 8. And now there's 1 card in here that could fail. Unfortunately, this is the card we'd rather give, but it would cost us 1 to give it. We might as well just spend that on this. So 6, 7, 8, 9, we can survive anything. And I think that's worth it because we don't want this bad card. But we do want this one. So this is a guaranteed success now. Let's see how much of a success it is. I think in this case, it's worth it. Because we want a mystery card. We've never seen a mystery card. Let's see what we got. -1. All right, we still made it. And we got rid of a -1 card. That's pretty cool. These get spent. And we're going to see our first mystery card. So we've got this whole deck. And we're told to grab this mystery card. It's the mystery of the Daring Forest. This is kind of exciting. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's the doe. You come across the white doe, now freed from her pursuers. She seems to be staring at you, nodding, as if inviting you to follow her. There's a little 5 here, and there's this. I think this is telling us to put it in the box. Let's have a look. We saved the doe from the riders. All of a sudden, this is a little lesson of life. You do something heroic, you get a little thanks, and all of a sudden you feel like, hey, this hero business, it's not so bad. It's kind of fun to be a hero. When an agent draws a mystery featuring this symbol, they first remove their current story card, and they read the mystery and resolve it. If necessary, when standing by or exploring, the agent replaces the previously removed story card with the mystery. Remove the current story card. So this card goes away. Done. We don't have to encounter that again. Now we've got our mystery card. Then it says, if necessary, replace it. What does that mean, if necessary? As if inviting you to follow her. And then there's a V here. What does that mean? What do you want us to do now? What does that mean, follow her? Okay, we'll follow you. How do we do that? There's no way to do that. I'm not sure what it wants us to do. However, we have now faced these guys and defeated them. So maybe it's safe in here now in the forest. So should we go back and do this? Or go do this? I guess we're going to hang out in the forest for a bit. Let's go do this. Maybe this is this. So Lavinia is going to spend a token to come here and do this. Then she's going to spend another one to take item 39. Now that we've met the bad guys, I'm not so afraid of this. Although we haven't seen that arch with the danger. And it says, my joke was a good idea after all. I guess so. Okay, we're taking item 39. We've had good luck in this forest. Before I do this, I'm changing my mind. I'm gonna take these back. I'm gonna let Serial follow these little lights. It seems like it's more his thing. So he's gonna spend a token to grab this card, and then he's gonna spend one to take item 39. Because he's the one trying to follow this doe. And he can fly and run away. Following the mysterious sparks, you finally reach a clearing where a man is talking to a gathering. Welcome to this green grass. Want to join my class? It's a refresher course for heroes lacking force. Turning to the gathering. Which first lesson is, do you remember? The gathering together. Do not follow will-o-wisps. Never. Remove the daring forest card you were exploring, then you can spend 2 Azrak to take the instructor's course and remove 1 destiny of your choice from the discard pile. Interesting. So it's a yellow card. Yellow cards are personal events read secretly, communicated telepathically by the player who took it. Once resolved, it is immediately stowed. Stowed just means it goes back. So let's see. This is saying, do not follow will-o-wisps, never. These look like will-o-wisps. Have we just followed them into here? Maybe these aren't will-o-wisps. What are a will-o-wisp? All right, anyway, let's remember that. Don't follow will-o-wisps. Now, we have to do this now. Remove the forest card we were exploring. So these get spent. This goes away. This is done. We'll never encounter that again. The only 2 cards left are here. Now it says we can spend 2 Azrag if we want to take this course to remove a destiny card from the discard pile. Now, in an ideal world, the -2 would be in here in the discard, but it's not. And we're not going to have a chance to do this again. Getting rid of a -1 is pretty good. I think it's probably worth 2 Azrak. We're going to have to... Are we going to have to cheat a little? No, we're not. We're going to spend our last Azrak here to do this. To get rid of this card permanently. And then this person would... Serial would get kicked out. I think we're just going to bend the rules a little bit and let Lavinia lend him one to pay for it. To get rid of the Destiny card. That way Serial can stay here while we look at this last card. Seems fairly painless. And then we get rid of this. So we've now permanently upgraded our Destiny deck by getting rid of a -1. All right, now Lavinia is spending a token to explore here. We don't know what to do about this. Let's see what this final card is. This is either going to be the worst hunter card, it's going to be that Arch of Danger, or it's going to be not. Oh, dear Lord. A hare suddenly runs away from the thickets as if chased by something, yet you see nothing but hear a horse panting, getting closer and closer. It's only when the bargist jumps at you, you see him. Defeat the bargist. Okay, so this must be done only by Lavinia. It's a chance to get a mystery card. If we get it exactly right, we'll also get 2 Azrak, which we don't care about because we're going to be leaving here. It is strength, which we're at a 5. So we're already at a 5, but there is a -2. So we have to remember, though, we've got to pay to take this test. Now we're at 5 versus 4, but there is a -2. So if she just spends one more, she's going to guarantee to beat it with a score of 6 versus 4. But in here is a -2, a -1, a 0, a 3, and a 1. We'd like to get it. Well, we actually don't care about getting it exact because we're about to leave here and we will refresh. So we really don't care. We should just try to succeed. Okay, so that's it. We're going to succeed at this. We don't care about exact. We paid for it. So we're at 6 versus 4. Okay, here we go. 6 versus 4. Okay, it's 0. So we succeeded, but we overkilled. So we don't get to Azrak, but we do get Mystery 3. Forrest has given us 2 mystery cards. Pretty exciting. All right, let's see what this mystery is. Look at that poor rabbit. We saved him again. Look at that. You came across the hare looking at you calmly as if awaiting for a gesture from you. There's that 5 again. Okay, so I think we didn't need to save both of these. They're both redundant ways to see this 5. Okay, but what do you want from us, creatures? How can we help you? We noticed the 5, but what do we do? And why is this symbol? I guess this means we replace. So these are permanently in the forest now. Anytime we go back to the forest, we're going to visit them. This is done. Maybe we'll write down, in case this goes away, that it looks like the forest is a V for 5. All right, pretty cool. Those are our 2 mystery cards. What do we do with the mystery cards? What do we do with the mystery cards? Depending on each type, red or yellow, doesn't really say. Weird. All right, well, we'll just put them aside. All right, and we're done with the forest. I guess I'll put them in the forest. That was pretty fun. We did well. All right, we still have mushroom. Now we're out. We're going to do another update. It's our second and final free update. So we're going to put this on here. How did this get on here? I don't know how that got on there. Oh, because we went back to the forest. Okay. And now everyone reset. So 4, 5, 6, 7. There's the free explore. Lavinia goes up to 6. And she gets her free Explore back. Okay. These are in the vortex. This is over here. All right. Well, doing Lavinia's backstory really was helpful. Shall we try to find Serial's home? Is it telling us to take mystery card 5? I don't think so. I mean, there's nothing here about grabbing a card based on seeing the number. So I don't think so. Isn't there anything in the glossary about mystery cards? Story cards with their own behavior, placed in the face down pile, players can only draw them when instructed. It doesn't tell you what to do with them. So I don't think we can do anything yet. There is a white V on the other mystery card. It's a numbered card. I don't think there's any reason to think that we should just draw. You can't just draw it because it's got the same number. It's telling us something, but I don't know what. All right, we'll deal with it. It doesn't make sense that it would tell us to draw. Doesn't make sense that it would tell us to draw mystery card 5 and have mystery card, whatever. Wouldn't tell us to draw mystery card 6 and then this be the way to tell us, no, really, we also want you to draw 5. That doesn't make sense. Does it? I could peek at it if you really think. It's got instructions of what to do there. I don't think we can just... I'm going to show you what this card is, and I want Jonathan to take this to heart. I'm going to show you what this card is, and Jonathan, take this to heart. Hey there. What game do you think you're playing? Unlock? Who gave you permission to look at this card? Stow it immediately. For the trouble you just caused, by revealing this card, you lose 1 Azrak. I hope you're happy, Jonathan. All right, we lose an Azrak. But that's it. We're losing an Azrak. Jonathan, I hope you're happy. Well, you could just grab a card because you saw a number. And you tricked me into doing it. All right. Back to the game. Where shall we go? I think we go to try to find Serial's backstory. And maybe the old road can take us up north. Well, that's where I think we should go. Old road. Let's do it. It's the closest place to up north we can get. Old road. That's how we got into trouble before. Old road. At least it looks more peaceful than the castle. It's a long road. I want to show you something. There's the old road. Look who's hanging out in the cornfields. Death. Then I see some people up here. Then there's some prisoner in a cage. And here looks like how you get up to north where Serial wants to go. So we've got 2 free explorers. I'd be tempted to just, well, let's read A. Oh, this is how we're supposed to do it. I forgot to use my green screen. Why are you people not helping me out? An old path paved with yellowish stones rambles through the hills. At the top of an eminence on your left, a knight and his squire gaze upon the landscape. The hills bordering the road are covered in grapevines full of ripe clusters. Nearby, a bizarre figure stands in the middle of a vineyard. Further on at a crossroads, a gibbet supports a sinister iron cage. Beyond, strange marks appear in the fields. On the horizon, the road seems to look out onto a pass at the edge of the mountains. If you have token F, card E is inaccessible. If you have token F, card E is inaccessible. Okay, well, we don't have token F. Anna says this is Don Quixote. Don Quixote is a famous story. I haven't read any Don Quixote, but my father was a big fan of it. Tilting at windmills, this sort of strange person. Anna, what can you summarize Don Quixote? What's the idea of Don Quixote? It's little quirky stories that maybe teach obtuse lessons. And it says, go right to Don Quixote. All right, let's have Lavinia choose to go to Don Quixote's base as her recon. And let's have Sariel go to where he thinks he's going to be. Oh, sorry, this is not a free action. I got to keep remembering that. This is the free recon. So in fact, let's not recon there. We'll do our free explore here. Let's do our free recon where the symbols are. Maybe I feel like if we go here, we might be able to save someone somewhere else. Well, let's go here. I can fly up and maybe set him free. Okay, so those are the 2 recons. Let's check out what Anna thinks is Don Quixote. Don Quixote de la Mancha greets you. Greetings, poor lost pilgrim, in these lands dangerous and grim. Can't protect you even if coerced, as I promised to fulfill my quest first. Sancho Panza tells you that his master is looking for some famous golden helmet. Alas, with this goal he's obsessed, finding some helmet made of gold. I fear we are not so blessed, and may end up bodily stressed. So I just know Don Quixote tilting at windmills. Maybe he's having fantasy, imaginary battles with imaginary creatures. He sees things and sees imaginary creatures. Anna says, he's a bit crazy, thinks he's a knight and tries to save everyone, even if they don't want to be saved. John says, I dig myself deeper into the hole by saying I kind of want to go check out death. He thinks that the windmills are giants, so he tries to defeat them, but always finds himself on his butt. Okay. All right. So, but now it's just giving us mystery card 8. I guess this is going to be our quest to find the golden helmet. If it's real, let's take a look. During Between Locations phase, if the group wishes to be escorted by Don Quixote, remove a helmet, item 9, to take item 10. So we give him the helmet, and he gives us something else. So what are we noticing here? we're sort of in storybooks. All right, well, we're in books. Here's Don Quixote. Now, I guess we just keep this card off to the side. Don Quixote card, pretty cool. Okay. And this, I guess, stays out for some reason here. Maybe we'll run into Sherlock Holmes, says Jonathan. All right, we've already chosen to recon this, so we've got to do this. I'm a little nervous about this, but less nervous than visiting death in the fields. All right, let's see what we've got here. As you come closer, you see that a young woman is imprisoned in the cage. Then she calls out to you in a pleading tone. Have mercy, my lords, for a poor martyr who herself knows not why she's here. Even if she has nothing she can offer, she begs of you not to let her suffer. Okay, so we can't, nothing bad can happen except we're taking a token, having freed this woman that we don't know if she's good or bad. But we don't have to do this now. I feel like we're drunk on heroism, and it's tempting to want to do this. It's only a 3-level test. It's easy to do. And we just get a token, a mystery token N. Anna said she's probably a witch. So let's be smart and just tell this girl, you look healthy. Here's a, a bottle. Here's a bone. Just hang in there for a bit. We're going to go do some investigation on you before we set you out. Before we set this woman free, we're just going to do a little bit of research. So you go back to your cage. I'm not saying we're not going to rescue you, but I'm just saying not right away. Because she could be a witch. She could be a witch. We don't know. Someone's gone to a lot of trouble to put her up there. And she doesn't have anything to give us. Let's just hold out. We'll be back, maybe. All right, so now we know we're looking for the golden helmet for Don Quixote. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 more places we're planning on checking out. This one is grapevines full of ripe clusters, so we could pick some grapes, make some wine. This is the bizarre figure. Here we have the strange marks in the fields, like crop circles for aliens. And here is where we think we might want to travel to do Serial's quest. But we have 2 free explorers. So should we spend our time doing this and trying to make our way through here? I think that makes the most sense. All right, so let's start. Well, okay, let's start here. So this is Lavinia, started here. Flattened blades of grass facing in the same direction create irregular and vast geometric patterns in the land. When you cross the site, you feel its powerful and mystical energies permeates into your body and soul. Yeah, these are like crop circles that people make. I see 3 circles. Okay, and that gained us a magic. All right, I'll take it. So Lavinia gets an extra magic. She could use it, I guess. All right, and now here we are. And Sariel is heading here, which we hope is going to be his homeland, where he can meet up with his mother. Let's see. The icy road abruptly ends here. Through the pass, icy winds roar furiously. In the rock, an inscription is engraved. Here are the north wind lands. Dear passerby, turn around while it's time and say goodbye. Much higher on the mountainside above you, a crevice reveals a cave. There's the cave. Okay, this looks treacherous, but we do get item 16, which hopefully is not frostbite. What is item 16? Oh, it's a map. Location 9, the Northwind domain. So what's happened is we've discovered a little bit more of our map. So we're replacing this old corner with this new one. So now we've found location 9, the Northwind domain, which is exactly what we wanted. That's why we came here. That's what we came for. So it does seem like that's probably where his home is, doesn't it? You miss your mother, her icy blue skin, her frost white hair, the cold from the north. So the question is, should we leave here now and head up, or should we spend some Azrak exploring these two things that we haven't explored yet? We do have to come back probably for this woman, so I wonder if we wouldn't be better off saving our Azrak and leaving now and coming back and handling these three later. I mean, we are strong enough. We could encounter this and finish it on this road. All right, Jonathan wants to visit Death. We're going to visit Death. Who should visit Death? I guess the one that's a stronger fighter may be Lavinia. All right, Lavinia is going to come over here. Although she's not a talker, maybe if you're going to deal with Death, maybe the best solution is to talk Death. So let's have Serial do it. Serial is going to come and try to outwit Death. Here we go. As you get closer, the figure slowly turns around, then delivers with the dramatic voice. Stop, here your travel ends. Oh, it's you. Ahead of time, aren't you? Go, see you later in Tirnagog. You know, just before the epilogue. The Reaper signals you with his scythe to keep going. That was interesting, huh? Okay. All right. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go to the last place we haven't been here, the Grapevines. Lavinia will do it. Let's see what we've got. The sun golden, luscious grapes flood the air with a heady aroma. Read your interaction card 5. It's all been interactions with Lavinia, but I guess that's just the way it is. All right. You know this vineyard, the fairies' wine is produced here. Handling them can be dangerous, but you have the know-how. If you use your commune with nature ability, take token K, and we can do that for free. So let's just use our know-how to get token K, which are, now we have mushrooms and grapes. We are going to make some stew or something, some mead. All right. Done. So unless we want to save that woman, it's time to go. So let's leave. These get spent. Let's not forget the woman there. In fact, we should make a note for ourselves, our to-do list. I'll just put which. Which is in the old road. Okay. I mean, we're just going to call her a witch as shorthand. Anna says, does this mean we're going to die in the epilogue of this story or just in general in our story of life? I don't know. That's a funny, I do see that way. I think your second reading hadn't occurred to me, but I like it. I like that concept. So when you die, you go to your epilogue. I like it. All right. Well, we're out of that location. Where's the rest of our mystery cards? Oh, we left them in the forest. I'm going to take those forest mystery cards and put them in our own pile. Doesn't seem like there's any reason we'd have to go back for them. I'm going to put them in a mystery pile for us. Okay, so we've got 3 mystery cards. We've got the doe, the rabbit, and Don Quixote. We don't know what these are meant to do. This one wants us to slot it into the box. These stay in the forest somehow. I don't quite get it. Okay, now we've got 4 Azrak and 5 Azrak, so it doesn't feel like we should reset, but it doesn't mean wherever we go next, we're going in weak. So I think maybe we should go to the Cromlech before we head up north, because that feels like it's not too big an area. And then we use the rest of our Azrak, and then we'll fully build up our health before we head to the north wind. What do you think? Let's check out the Cromlech. Oh, Cromlech is bigger than I thought. Wow, Cromlech is huge. Okay, I underestimated the Cromlech. It says, read this card before displaying this location. Display card B to J as shown. Explore them as usual, except for card J, you will explore only when instructed. This grassy and rolling region seems devoid of any human presence. 8 stones stand in a circle at the top of a high hill, shrouded in mist. Scores of ravens and crows screech an endless cacophony of noise as they circle the stones. Once this location is set up, read card J's visible text out loud. Okay, I was not ready for such a Stonehenge encounter, but it looks like that's what we're up against. Okay, it wants B at top, then C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Play the discovery phase, location recon, as usual. During the actions, if all agents stand by, the group can stow 1 magic or spend 2 Azrak to reveal 2 cards. If those 2 cards are perfectly identical, reveal this card. Otherwise, those 2 cards are put back face down. Solo game special rule. Look at the cards one by one only. Before reconning or exploring a new card, return the previous one face down to its place in the Cromlech. Look at cards one by one. You look at one, you put it back. Look at one, put it back. Okay, what's the idea here? Real 2 cards. They're identical. You're trying to find the matching cards. You're trying to find the matching cards, but this is telling us we get to look at them all. All right, well, let's look at them all, I guess. Kind of weird, but let's one by one, starting with B. Okay, so here's B. Yeah, we're looking for pairs. Okay, what have we got here? This looks like the scorpion pinchers at the top. Okay. I see. We get to look at these and then we're going to try to memory match. Okay, what is this one? This looks like a ball of yarn that's come undone. And then we've got a praying mantis. I'm just trying to associate things. Maybe, hopefully I won't disturb you. So we got scorpion pincers, ball of yarn, praying mantis. Let me do it this way so you can see the scorpion, ball of yarn, praying mantis. What would we call this one? I'll call this the octopus walking on his legs. This one we'll call Pac-Man Ghost. Okay, we'll call this one a Mayan temple. That's the octopus. Where did we see the octopus? This was the Mayan temple. I think this was octopus, wasn't it? Weren't these two octopus? It was either here or here. This is octopus. We're going to go for octopus. Octopus, walking octopus, and then I think the other one was here or here. And what is this one? This is the Pac-Man ghost. Okay, so octopus, octopus, Pac-Man ghost. Was the other Pac-Man ghost here or here? All right, let's see. Everyone stands by, stow a magic or spends 2 to reveal 2 cards. Okay, so let's try to spend 2 Azrak. This was octopus, octopus, I think. Let's do one at a time. Okay, this is the Pac-Man ghost. So Pac-Man ghost matches this one. Did I get it? Not quite. I mean, I did as good as my brain is capable of. Okay, so, but now we're going to do it again. So this time we're going to do octopus and octopus. Did I get it right this time? It's a miracle. That I have done a memory game is a miracle. All right, so the rule says if you reveal 2 that are identical, reveal this card. Okay. So we spent these 4. And we get to reveal this card. Whether it's good or not, I don't know. Let's see what card J is. The runic inscriptions guide you through the mist to the domain of Oberon, land of the fairy. We made it where we were trying to find. How do you like that? Let me just point out that we were absolutely right when we said the king of the fairies does not live in that giant castle with the sword and the giant. We were saying that fairy doesn't live up there, and we were right. He lives in here in Stonehenge. Pretty cool. All right, 13. This is our gateway to Oberon. Oberon informs you he will only give up Titania's page for an accomplished knight. So by Titania you are sent, my lord, because of this golden curl child, to, on her behalf, make my heart mild, so that I decline to make him my knight. There is something I can't afford. To the queen he must say goodbye, unless his place comes by the world's greatest knight. Oberon is now expecting something from you. Sounds like he wants Don Quixote, yeah. Take mystery card 8. Sorry, mystery card 13. Okay, but we don't have Don Quixote yet until we find the golden helmet. But let's see what mystery card 13 is. During the between locations phase, if a knight accompanies you, you may introduce him to Oberon. So you can see we were exactly right that Don Quixote takes the golden helmet and he becomes your knight. And then if we introduce him to Oberon, take item 9 to get item 10, take item 10 to go here. Okay, very cool. Very cool. All right, yet another mystery card. Pretty nice, pretty fun. I'm enjoying this. Okay, so another nice thing is we are just done with the Cromwetch. There'd be no point for us to ever come back here. So we're done with the Cromwetch. Stonehenge is where we met the fairy king, Oberon. Okay. So we want to try to find that helmet if we can. The witch wasn't wearing it, was she? Anna says, I bet the helmet is in the castle. So we should have paid to go to the Cromwetch. I guess we didn't pay. I'm assuming we didn't. It doesn't matter because it's time for us to refresh. We're too weak to go on another quest. I think what we should do is we should take a break and then, well, let's update first so we don't forget. So we're between missions. Tell you what, let's do. Let's transfer the Merlin to Serial since we're going to go on his quest next. And ditto, let's give him the mushrooms and the grapes. It's all about Serial now. And let's do our update, which brings these back. We have to pay here to go on to do our update, and then everyone gets to their max. 6 for Lavinia, 7 for Serial. Okay, we're fully reset. That's what's in our vortex. There's our map. I think we should go and try to do Serial's quest to get him stronger before we try to make it into the castle. We haven't been to the Abbey ruins yet either. But I do think it makes sense to go straight for there. Although, when we went to the Sacred Bosquet, we got a premonition about how to handle the forest. You could argue maybe we should go to the Abbey to see if we can gain information about how to get into the north safe. Maybe we can pick up a jacket for the north winds. But let's take a break first. The other thing to consider is we know this is going to take us 2 nights. We have to at some point decide when to break. Are we at the halfway point? It's hard for me to know. Let's take a break. Give that some thought. We'll talk about it when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back playing Time Stories Revolution Midsummer Night. It looks like maybe we've been through half of the story cards, barely touched the item deck. We were discussing where to go to next and when to break. I guess we've been playing for almost 4 hours. It's not time to break yet. We need to make more progress. Jonathan was saying he wants to go to the Abbey to see what literary character we meet. We know we want to go to the North Wind domain to handle Serial's memory and quest and get him upgraded. But it does seem dangerous there. We don't have anything really to protect us. So yeah, let's go to the Abbey first and then we'll head up north. So let's let our 7 Azrak person pay for it to be the time captain. Go to the Abbey. The Abbey ruins, we should say. Okay, there are the Abbey ruins. Nothing jumps out at me. I don't see any people. It looks deserted. Let's read what it says. The configuration of this structure indicates that at some point it must have been an abbey. Only a few parts that were solidly built still remain today. The bell tower is still standing, but the wooden staircase leading to it has long since deteriorated. There's something for the flying person to do. Long ago, the main access was probably this large front gate, sadly now in ruins. An old dilapidated well marks the center of what used to be a courtyard. The flying creature might be able to fly down there too. Probably built more solidly than the others, a stone building still stands to the east of the cloister. On your right, a tombstone crowns a small hill. Someone buried here. All right, I'd like to send Serial up to the bell tower. And large front gate in ruins. I'm afraid stuff will crash in on us, but not like we're not going to go to these places eventually. Let's go here just for the hell of it. Okay, let's try first Serial. Going up to the bell tower. Unless you can fly, the only way for you to reach the bell tower is by climbing its wall. Well, we can fly. That's why we sent Serial. If you have a flight, just take item 8. That's the way to do it. Let's see what we got at the top of that bell tower that we didn't even have to run a test to do. The magical bell. The large brass bell, still shining and strongly hanging, despite the passage of time, frees itself from the joist and starts floating near you. You can now stow 1 magic to use flight on the card you are exploring. So that's good. We'll just end up giving this to Lavinia, and now Lavinia will be able to fly. Okay. So that card is done. Next up, Lavinia is looking at the tombstone. Gargantua rests here appeased. He who always did as he pleased, so much so that in this trunk forever rests much too drunk. Peaceful and relaxed aura is exuding from this place. You regain your magic to starting level. So yes, Gargantua. Okay, so magic to starting level. Well, we only spent one magic. Now it goes up to 5. It seems like that would be... We should have spent more magic, but we can come back here. Anytime we want, we can go back here to get our magic back to starting level. So let's remember that tombstone, anyone can come back to get their magic up to starting level. Okay, that was our free recons. I think let's try again. Let's send, for our free explore, let's send Serial and see if he can go down in the well. Less convinced about this one. You look into the well, and the well looks back at you. You feel a sense of inevitability. Your desire to dive into its depth is almost uncontrollable. Uh-oh. Card 14. Looks like we got a suicide wish now. Oh, it's another map piece. Location 8, the Abbey Reflection. Jonathan says Gargantua is a reference to Gargantua and the Pantagruel, according to the internet, a series of books I have not read. No, neither have I. All right, so we've got a new location that looks like it's passing through the well. You'll get to some new location. Let me pop this in here. Okay, so there's a new location, the Abbey Reflection. This is done. This goes out. This goes out. Any clues in here about where it would take us? Don't know. All right. So that was the free visit by Serial. Now it looks like it's the free visit time for Lavinia. Should we send her to the stone well-built place or the... I guess this is more likely to hold something interesting. Treasure. This looks like we can see what's going on there. Okay, let's have her go there. Inside the building, there's a large empty room, except for a small nook that seems to have been recently converted into a working space. There, a man is leaning over a writing desk. Oh, noble time travelers, welcome. Welcome to my humble home, into my old scriptorium. Here I'm trying to create a joyful comedy that will be great, of which the outcome is yet to come. All this away from the men's eye, so the time has come to say goodbye. The man waves you away with his quill and resumes his task. So it looks like we've got Shakespeare here, writing A Midsummer Night. He knows we're time travelers. Oh, noble time travelers, welcome. He's trying to create a joyful comedy, A Midsummer Night play, I guess. The outcome is yet to come. All right, well, nothing to do here. So we've got one more place we haven't visited. Seems like we should go visit it. This person has all the items, cereal, so I think we should send cereal. So we're going to spend an Azrak for cereal to go visit it. Let's see what cereal discovers. The Abbey's portal is in ruins. The impediment probably once bore an inscription which is today unreadable. I wonder if we're going to go back in time and meet this place before it got destroyed. I wonder if that's what this is going to be. We go through here and then we enter this place before it got torn down. We're going to meet Gargantua, who likes to drink, and see the inscription here. What do you think? Well, there's nothing else to do here, so we're just going to leave. However, we could now go right into the reflection. How's our Azrak? 5 and 6, so we're pretty good. Shall we go down through the well while we're here? We should do it, right? Let's do it. Let's go right down the well. So we're going to go through the well to the Abbey reflection. Hopefully it's not going to want us to have paid more attention. Location 7. Let's see if our theory was right. It doesn't look quite right, actually. This is not the Abbey. What is it? Wait. Sorry, that's wrong. Don't pay any attention to that. We're not at location 7. We're at location 8. Okay. So looks like we were right. Okay, location 8. So we were right. We have jumped back in time to when the Abbey was fully built. It's weird. It says it goes in the opposite direction. I think this is here. It's weird. It wants us to put this backwards. I wonder why that would be. That's Gargantua. So what's interesting is this is our first encounter with time travel in this game, all about time travel. So this is interesting. There's some time travel going on in this world. Read what it says. The well has led you to a reflection of the ruined abbey, which on this side has an elegant and livelier appearance. A wooden staircase leads to the brand new bell tower where a monk is about to ring the bells. Carts loaded with foods pass others coming the other way through the majestic front gate. The well by which you arrived still marks the center of the courtyard. To the west of the cloister, a stone building seems to be the heart of an intense activity. Finally, a gigantic foot protrudes behind a bunch of trees. Loud snores shake the tree leaves. So I have an idea. Reversed because we're in a reflection. That's pretty clever. Here's my idea. We were in a vineyard. We got grapes. I wonder if we can teach these priests, these monks, how to make wine. And then the giant might want the wine. Look at this. Top of the bell tower has a stairs down or slide down. All right, well, what do we do here? What do we do? Where do we want to go? So heart of intense activity here. I think I'd like to go here. Maybe with Lavinia. The heart of intense activity. And he's about to ring the bell tower. Maybe we should go check that out before that happens. All right, let's start here. The intense activity in the stone building. The air buzzes with the feverish friction of the copyist's quills on the paper, the tinkling of inkwells, and the murmurs that go along with the passing of bundles of books from hand to hand. If you wish to look at one of the books, take item 12. How are we not going to look at a book? Of course we're going to look at the book. What could possibly go wrong looking at a book? It's the book from the scriptorium. The magnificent book recounts how the creatures of fairy were once subjected to the law of fate, their whole existence being inexorably threaded from the moment they were born. But came a time when the giant Gargantua rebelled against this fate. He called upon the forces of free will in his abbey of Thelema and fought. After a long magic battle, the forces of fate were defeated and fairy became the kingdom of all possibilities. Huh. So is that what we're trying to fix? Trying to fix that this battle went wrong? Okay, let's keep this item. I guess this was... These are all free items. I guess that was Lavinia who did that. Oh, that was our free. That didn't count. Okay. And then Ariel is going to this. You climb the stairs just in time to see the bell ringer. This is why we went there right away. We didn't want to waste any time. Who, after making a wrong move, finds himself tumbling into the void. Fortunately, his leg gets caught in the bell's rope and he manages to regain safety while the bell rings happily. Take token C. Okay, what is token C? It's a bell. Huh. That's weird. I mean, we've got this bell, and now we've got this bell. What does that bell represent? Just hearing the bell. Okay. And there's nothing for us to do here? It's kind of weird, don't you think? That's a weird card. All right. Well, we still got 2 free explorers. I guess we're gonna explore this stuff before we head. I'm gonna have Lavinia go here before we head to the giant. It does seem like that's the last thing we want to do. There's an inscription above the portal. Do what thou wilt. Do what thou wilt. What a strange motto for an abbey. But we were told that's what Gargantua did and died of drinking. Do what thou wilt. That's weird. Do what thou wilt, huh? Weird. All right. I don't know what to do about that. All right, well, here goes Serial to the well. You look into the well, and with great relief, you discover the passage leading to the other side is still there. Okay. This place has been just brief little things. But now there's one place remaining. I guess the big, strong person. Well, maybe we send the talker to the giant. We'd rather not fight it. Yes, let's send the talker to the giant. Serial. We can avoid fighting. We should avoid fighting. All right, here we go. I'm a little nervous about that, to be honest. As you suspected, this foot belongs to a giant. He's deeply and happily asleep. His face radiates such kindness and candidness that you don't want to act like your usual temporal agent self by pulling one of your tricks on him. If you have taken token C, the bell, which we do have, take item 46. Interesting. So he's a good giant. And we have the bell ringing. This is a weird thing, but let's see what we get. At the sound of the bell, the giant slowly awakens, sits up, and lets out a formidable yawn. He stretches his limbs, rubs his eyes, and while scratching his ribs, he finally realizes your presence. My hello to you, time traveler. But I beg of you to forgive me. For when I wake up, I always have to flee to fulfill an urgent need that I can't defer. Take mystery card 11. I see what they were doing there. They were there's a word that rhymes with flee that has been skipped off here. Okay. So he's given us mystery card 11. Let's see what it says. He's taking a piss. The giant stands up and unfastens his pants. You can't help but close your eyes. A sound like that of a waterfall dispels any doubt as to what he is doing. When you reopen your eyes, you discover a rainbow has formed near you. If you want to get closer to the rainbow, read your interaction card 7. Well, I think we should let Serial try this. He does have wings. But do we want to get closer to the rainbow? It doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. But is there a golden pot of gold or something? What if he's peeing into the golden helmet? I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, there's some bad things that could happen, but I don't see how we don't do this. All right, so this could go bad. This could be disgusting, but I mean, look, he's peeing right at the base of the rainbow. This does not seem like the place to go closer to. But in this, it says, do what thou wilt. So we're going to do what thou wilt. A rainbow? There are often treasures at their feet. The leprechauns hide them there. Maybe you could find them. If you wish to go on a quest for a hypothetical cauldron, which could be the golden helmet, then we do this test. It's a purple cunning test, which we have a base skill of 2. doesn't matter if we beat it, it's the same thing. So that's definitely what we're going to do. Do what thou wilt. We did it and we were rewarded. Okay, so we're going on this quest. We'd rather not fail it, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to fail it. So let's see. So Serial's going to spend 1 token to go on this quest. He's got a base of 2. And Lavinia has plenty of Anorak, so she can help with 2 Azrak. That brings us up to 4. There's a 0 card in the pile. So if we have 4 versus 3, we would succeed on anything but a -2. If we get a -2, we're off by 1, in which case we can use this power to increase by 1. So let's just do this. Hopefully we won't need anything more. +3 and reshuffle. Okay, so that's a success. These get spent. This succeeded. So we're taking the Gargantua quest, which was this card. And instead, we are now getting item 31. What do you think item 31 is going to be? So discard mystery card. We discard mystery. Okay, so that goes away. That goes back out. Yes, that goes away. Goes away. 31. Let's see. Is it just going to be the helmet or is it going to be... No, but it is a gold cauldron. This cauldron covered with filth is in fact solid gold. Okay, so now we've got some gold. I wonder if that we could bribe our way into the castle now. But it wasn't a golden helmet. It looks like a golden helmet, but it doesn't match what the symbol that Don Quixote wants. All right, but we do have the golden cauldron. And we are done here. These return. We do have the scriptorium book. I don't know why some of these things happened. That's okay. Now we're going to leave this location. I don't know where this came from. I'll just throw it away. Well, I think it's time to go for the north wind. The only concern I have is that we're weak, but we're not super weak. Still, I don't think we can handle the... Can we melt the cauldron down to a helmet? I think that's a good idea, but we don't know how to do that. We can't do it yet. Hey, what's this? What's this 14? Oh, that's just the card number, I guess. Yes, this is the card number because these were replacement cards. Okay. So the only question I have, I guess we've got to refill, right? Because we don't care that much about score. So we should probably refill our Azrak, don't you think? Because we're below half, just barely. I'd rather have spent it on something, but I'm afraid to go... Well, we got 2 choices. We could try to go to the castle, fight that guy on minimal health. That seems too risky. All right, let's instead reset, do an update. So I'm going to spend a crystal to bring everyone up to their max crystals, which is a little bit wasteful. Well, we've been pretty efficient lately, and I don't think we can take the chance. You can't go up to Everest on like half a tank of oxygen. But I'll tell you what, we're actually risking not being able to fill up to full strength soon. That's pretty dangerous. Maybe we're going to get it back though, but this is the first time stories where we're not going to have enough spare Azrak to bring ourselves up to full strength soon. All right, we're going to go to the north. Here we go. We're going on Serial's quest, and I'm a little nervous about it, but I think it's time. So we're going to the North Wind domain. Don't look. Where's the North Wind domain? Oh, it says location 9. There's this, look at this card only when instructed, and we keep seeing moons. I keep wondering if like this card is going to be something like, if you see a moon, you can do it for free. Like we're sort of suffering. Weird that we don't have these triggered. Okay, well, let's go here. This looks treacherous. The path leading to the mysterious cave seems to be a tough one. After crossing the windy gorge, you will have to fly or climb the mountain to reach the opening. You hope you will get to your destination without too many hardships, but your guts tell you otherwise. The time captain takes card B, reads it loud, then returns it face up. Okay, so we're looking at the next card. But before we do that, before we started here, we're going to transfer the bell, which lets you fly, to Lavinia, so that both Lavinia and Serial can fly. And I guess we'll keep it like this. Yes, okay. So time captain, who did we say was the time captain? Oh, I spent something I shouldn't have on this. It should have been one of us. All right, Serial will be the time captain. He'll spend it. Okay. No sooner have you entered the gorge than violent gusts of icy air blast you. The howling winds intensify, filled with what seems to be whispers of hatred. Unjustly wandering, henceforth your spell learn better. The wind blowing from the north awaits so well, your death is to unfetter. Feeling and hurting your flesh most unworth, burn and swell, always stronger, biting and swelling. Fear the dearth, your blood releasing to feed the defeater. Each agent must stow one magic or lose one Azrak so that the time captain can read card C out loud. Each agent, yikes. Well, let's get rid of magic. We're sitting on all this magic. Let's keep our Azrak and let's spend magic this time. Each agent, okay. Let's read this in case it's a clue to what to do. Your spell learn better. Wind blowing from the north awaits so well, death to unfetter. Your flesh most unworth, burn and swell, always stronger, biting and swelling, fearing the dearth, your blood releasing to feed the defeater. Unjustly wandering, feeling and hurting, henceforth your flesh most unworth, your spell, burn and swell, learn better, always stronger, the wind blowing, biting and swelling from the north, fearing the dearth, awaits so well. Is there something about the way this is split in two that's odd? Trying to see, do we have an acrostic? Do we have something else going on? Blood to feed the defeater. All right, well, let's put this out. Let's read the next card. It seems like we're just going to get punished by traveling across here. Climbing the quite steep face with its sharp and icy edges proves to be challenging. It would be best if everyone flew. If you wish to continue the ascent and reveal card D, each agent must climb the face by attempting the following test. If one receptacle uses the sunrise, the group gets the plus result without initiating test. Otherwise, each receptacle with flight gets the plus result without initiating the test. Okay, we can both fly as long as Lavinia spends a magic to fly. So she's going to spend her magic to fly, and Sariel can fly. Boy, taking that guy that can fly really has helped us out. So we all get the plus result. Successful climbing. Okay, Time Captain continues and reads this. Oh dear God, it's a serious fight. Before resolving this group conflict, take item 44. This is a real fight. We don't have any weapons. This is a fight that could kill us. Item 44 is going to be, I was like, what is he? Doesn't do anything to us. Yeah, that's what item 44 is. It's him. It's the way he fights. Boy, we do not have any weapons. I wish we had gotten some swords. Is this guy our final boss? We should have gone here last. Look at how scary this dragon is. This is a dragon. All right, we have to do 12 damage to him. All right, here's his fight. After your ascent, you haul yourselves on a cliff covered with bones. Suddenly, a horrible scream blasts out from the cave located a little farther. A formidable keeper of the place appears and charges at you. No lock. Oh, yes, there's a lock. It's right there. There's the lock. Okay. Sends the creature. Each agent must, on their turn, initiate a test by choosing an option, provided they meet the requirement, if any. Okay. So if we had a Vorpal sword, that would be nice. We could do 10 damage to it. Where is our Vorpal sword? We don't have one. But we can do a magic attack. I don't know if we're going to survive this, although... We have to take turns. I mean, Lavinia is a good fighter. That's the good news. The bad news is we have no weapon, and Sariel isn't a good fighter. It's not particularly good at anything. All right, so each agent must on their turn. All right, so the careful thing we have to look at is this way to combine. We're not doing the Vorpal Swords attack, so that's out. However, if we do a magic attack, then we just bulk up for the next attack. So it looks like we should be doing back and forth magic from Sariel and then brute force from Lavinia. This is wide open. I don't know what's going to be in here. So we're going to start with Sariel doing a magic attack. So Serial's going to spend a token, 1 of 3, to do a magic attack. She's got a base skill of 2. We threw out a -1, so there's a -1, a -2. 2, 2, -2 would just be a fail. 1 out of 6. Okay, I think that's it. We just leave it at that. I think we leave it at that and use our Azrak help to ensure. It's 2 versus 2. If we get a -1, we can fix it. If we get a 0, it's good for us. If we get a -2, we lose. If we get 1, I think we leave it like this, even. I think that's the best for us. Best chance of us getting an identical. So here we go. It's a 0. That's the best result for us because it means 2 versus 2 were equal. So next damage will be doing +4. So as long as we hit on the next attack, we'll be doing an extra 4 to it. Now it's Lavinia's turn to attack. I guess we should probably do it like this. With the, where's the overlay on this? There. Okay. How about we do it like that? Then that better? Okay, it's Lavinia's turn, but this attack, if it succeeds, will do an extra 4 because of Serial's help. So she's going to do a... Just all focus on battle. Okay, she is going to do a strength attack. Her base level is 5. We have to be paying for these tests, don't we? Do we? Do we? Do we pay for these? They're not really optional tests, but they do look like tests. All right, I'm not going to pay for them, but I think we are supposed to pay for them. We'll work that out at the end. Maybe I'll put them aside. I'll put them down here. Okay, so she's going to pretend she has to pay for this attack. I'll worry about it later. All right, so we need to have this succeed because otherwise we won't get our bonus 4. So 5 versus 5 is a 0. However, we don't really care the difference between exact or over, so we should go over. But in here is a -2, 25% chance. We can't afford that, so we need to go up by 2. 1, 2. So now we're 7 versus 5. No matter what, we will succeed. We'll probably overkill. Ooh, that's perfect. So 7 minus 2 is 5. 5 versus 5. That's a perfect hit. So these get spent. We do 3 damage plus 4 is 7 damage. One more pair like that and we've got it. Now, the really good news, though, is that not only did we succeed, sorry, that should be 3 and 4. Okay, the other good news about that is that we drew 2 destiny cards and succeeded without drawing the reset card. that means that we know this distribution pretty well. There's a 3, there's a -1, and a +1. Let's just look and confirm. A 3, oh, a +2, and a -1. 3, a +2, and a -1. So if we can use that information to try to get an exact hit, that would be good. Okay, so it's Serial again. He's going to try this again. We have to be careful about our Azrak because I think there's a good chance we could... I see, we can always do a partial update. Okay. So 2 versus 2. There is a -1 in here. So let's pay for this attack. This gives us Serial doing his fight now. Okay, so there's 3 versus 2. So we're up by 1. We know there's nothing that could cause us to lose here. We could get a -1, but really we'd be better off. Well, there's no 0 here. But if it's a -1, we're exact. But I think we'd be better off not spending this. Now we're 2 versus 2. If we get the -1, we'll use our Merlin power to get us exactly equal. Okay, so it's 2 versus 2. We turn over a +3. That's not ideal for us because now everything gets reset and we don't really know what we're going to draw. Okay, but succeeded with an overkill. So 2 extra damage are going to come on the next attack. However, to do that, I really don't think we're supposed to be spending a token for this attack. If we did, we would have had to also spend this. I'm going to spend this and take this back, I guess. Okay. Now it's Lavinia's turn. She needs to succeed if we're going to get this bonus. 5 versus 5, but there is a -2 in there. So she's going to go 6. He's going to help with the 7, I guess. Now we're guaranteed to succeed. Do we have to pay for this? I don't know. I'm going to put this here. So 7 versus 5. We will definitely succeed. If we get lucky, we'll draw the -2. No, +3. Well, this is wasted. We did 2 plus 2 gives us 4 damage total. 9, 10, 11. We just have to do 1 more damage on this person. So what is the answer here? The answer is to not worry about this at all. Just do an attack by spending magic and letting it fail. No, we just do a fight attack of 1 and let it fail, I guess, rather than waste our magic. So I don't know whether we're supposed to spend this on it, but I'm going to go ahead and spend it on it. Do a magic attack to draw a card. Let it fail. Sorry, this isn't Ravinia. This is Serial. Turns over a -1. That's a fail. Loses an Azrak for that. But now this person is ready to deal the final blow. So strength attack 5 versus 5. Oh, I don't have many tokens left, do I? Depending on if we had to pay for these or not. Okay, well, let's let this guy contribute his last Azrak. Officially, it's like 6 versus 5 now. If we had to pay for all these. So if we draw a -2 here, and we were supposed to pay for all these, and we do it in a wishy-washy way, then we would lose the game. But I'm not sure we really were had to pay for these or if you have extras. So if we draw the -2, I'm just going to grab a token rather than end the game. Okay. There's the -2. I do think it's worth dwelling on the fact that if you played by the official rules, this game might be telling you to stop right here and you've lost the game. But we are just going to say that this little item came over to this person when this person got kicked out, and that we can spend a magic to boost up by 1, which gives us an 8 versus -2 or whatever it is. Give us the extra point to do 3 more damage, which kills the dragon. That's fine. I'm totally fine with that. All right, so we did, who knows whether we were supposed to be spending these for each time. It seems excessive, but everyone fought down to their very last breath and killed the dragon barely. That creature, like his dying breath is, you're cheated. But all right, that's okay. We actually could have done it with our last one, but we would have run out of energy. All right, so we're gonna consider him killed. The Vorpal Blade would have made it a little easier, though. All right, item 17. Once again, though, you can see that the combat is the least enjoyable process of this game. But let me just let's stop for a second. I think the combat is terrible in this game. Having said that, this is cool. This mythical creature that we had to encounter was cool. I just wish there was a smarter, better way to actually implement combat. All right, let's see what we got from him. Was he guarding a crown? No. But he did reveal to us the Cave of the Oracle. So I guess, you know what, when you think about it, it's actually, we should pause for a second. So we were saying we're cheating, but really we didn't have, it's not a cheat. We can make it not a cheat. We can just say that we have to remember, when this person ran out of cubes, instead of kicking him out, we could just pay for him to do a personal update. Right? All right, let's not cheat. Let's pay for him to do a personal update. Then he gets his full health Azrak back. But we have to pay this onto here, and it's a very inefficient update. But once he did that, he could have provided the extra Azrak we needed to defeat the dragon. All right, so I've undid our cheating. We're not cheating. Maybe we way overpaid for that fight. Seems like if it's a forced fight, you shouldn't have to pay an Azrak to engage on it. What is the actual rule about taking actions? Let me just look at this, because if not, then we would have had a bunch of free Azrak. I want to see the locked stuff. Some cards are locked. You can't perform actions as you normally would. Hey, what this says. It's a group thing. You must stop what they're doing. Resolve a group conflict. Once the group conflict has begun, no further swapping. Must attempt one of the tests depicted. Players can still support each other. Must attempt one of the tests. To initiate a test, you spend one Azrak to use the value of their attribute corresponding to the test. Okay, so according to this, you do have to pay for any test, even a forced one, I guess. All right. Well, we did it. We had to go through a lot of stuff to do it. Yeah, it should have given us a choice if we wanted to fight that dragon, knowing we don't have the sword. But all right. I think, you know what? We paid... No, I think we're still good. This location 10 changed, so this actually comes back to us. All right, let's go to the Cave of the Oracle now. I mean, we fought that dragon for a reason. That was a very difficult journey to the north, but we knew it would be, didn't we? There's no real surprise there. And we're all very weak. Well, one of us is weak. But I think we should just go to the cave without refreshing, and this person will have to do their own update if they need to. Location 10. Whoa, there's a little head on a pedestal there. All right, I think we should take another break here before we encounter this area, and we might want to, in fact, consider stopping for the day after almost 5 hours. We've got this many cards left. It feels like we're past the halfway point. Even though we haven't seen what these cards are, we haven't seen what all of these mystery cards are. Confusing. We haven't seen what all of these items are. Kind of strange. All right, but it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Give some thoughts about what we should do after that exhausting battle with the dragon. Should we keep going here for another hour, or should we stop? You let me know when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We have just had a very intense life or death battle with this dragon, and he chewed the hell out of us, but we managed to survive somehow. And now we've clawed our way back into this cave of the Oracle, where hopefully we're going to get some nice reward for killing that dragon. Hopefully the dragon's mother is not hiding somewhere in one of these things. We've been playing for almost 5 hours here. It feels like we are past the halfway point. We've certainly been through more than half of the location cards. So I think the thing to do is break here. I am very curious to see this location, but it feels like thematically, after the battle with the dragon, we need to stop, lick our wounds, rest for the evening before we head into this cave. So we're going to take a break here. We will meet again 10 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening, Saturday evening, to continue the game. That took a little bit out of me, that little dragon fight. I'm sure it took a little bit out of you to sit there and listen to it as well. So we're going to wrap up here. I'll see you tomorrow night, same time. Then Sunday, we'll meet for Dear Homes. 14 concurrent viewers, 12 likes. We never made it to our crossover point. John says, so far, I've been pleasantly surprised from this box. Don't know if the theme would appeal. Didn't know if the theme would appeal to me, but so far it has. I feel the same way. This has been a quixotic, if you will excuse the pun, quest, but fun, humorous, deadly at times, but pretty cool. All right. I'll see you tomorrow night.